Geek Mob Mercenary Knows His Place. Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Ha ha ha. Our army is overwhelming. Those foolish barons should have surrendered their daughters sooner. They resisted this much. Once we capture them, we'll treat them nicely. My name is John Uzoss. I'm a mercenary. When you hear mercenary, it sounds like a cool image, but that's only true for a handful of them. The ones who become material for fiction are, first of all, definitely beautiful men and women. The ship they ride is either an ultra state-of-the-art one that no normal person could control, was experimentally produced, or an ancient excavated sentient superweapon. Masterfully piloting such a ship, they annihilate an enemy fleet with only one ship, infiltrate and destroy a planet-class fortress alone, form a massive independent mercenary organization that doesn't belong to any nation. They're the guys only talked about in suspicious stories, hard to believe whether they're even true or not. Unlike me, an otaku with a coat and glasses, and even though my ship is modified, it's just a used piece of junk. I'm a mob mercenary destined to be cannon fodder living in a different dimension. Right now, I was hired by the forces of Count Bukahoa in the Huiga region within the Galactic Empire, about to commence battle against the forces of Viscount Zimes. Currently, the Galactic Empire was in the midst of civil war, with nobles of the same rank fighting over inane things like which one had higher status, and whether or not to hand over antiquated antiques. It's so stupid I could puke. And as usual, this Count Bukahoa apparently wanted the only daughter of Viscount Zimes. By the way, there's about a generation between their ages, because he took a liking to her, and demanded she be handed over as his mistress. Should I rush over to the bridge of the flagship while the old geezer's in it and beat him to death? Well, choosing a job without confirming stuff like that was my mistake. By the way, Count Bukahoa is currently giving a speech to the entire fleet, saying this is retaliation because Viscount Zimes insulted him, but we all know the truth. Anyway, looks like the speech is about to end, so I should prepare for combat. When combat starts, I'll attack moderately from the edge of the combat zone, and flee at full power. This is the strategy for surviving. Section. Alright. Shot down the fourth. It's already been 1 hour since the battle began. Somehow I had barely stayed alive at the edge of the combat zone. I think this area's under control now. A flagrant death flag line, but it looks like I don't need to worry. Then a fleet-wide transmission came in. Left-wing support squadron, head to central for support. We're getting pushed back a bit. The one displayed on screen was Galvin, a lieutenant from Count Bukahoa's private troops who was charged with commanding us mercenaries. He's a good guy, but I wish it had been a cute female soldier instead. Or it'd be no problem if it was a beautiful woman officer. But reality, he is a nearly worn-out old man. What happened to the guys at the central squad that were there? I'm sure there was a guy shouting, "Ha! A mob like that is nothing against me. Don't get in my way, mobbies." The support squadron is still holding out, but the main forces are in tatters. Also, that guy hasn't shot down a single ship. Lieutenant Galvin dutifully answered my mumblings. While it's not that rare to not shoot down anything in combat, after shouting like that and getting 0 is pretty lame. Anyway, I decided to head to Central. When I rushed over leisurely, Central was in quite the dire situation. The support squadron was holding their own somehow, but the main forces were falling apart. Wait, if the support squadron wasn't here, then wouldn't it be really bad? And as expected, that loudmouth guy had attracted dozens of enemy ships and was flying around the battlefield. Wow, as expected, he's got no time to counterattack. Since the loudmouth guy had drawn a massive number of enemy ships, there was ample safety margin for allied ships. However, the fact he hadn't been shot down despite being chased by such numbers meant his ship's capabilities were also a factor. As expected of our protagonist loudmouth guy, his actions are flashy. By the way, when you hear leisurely, it sounds like I headed over there slowly and lazily, but written as Octari Katana, it refers to moving urgently without even having time to properly sheath a sword at one's waist when a sudden event occurs. So it actually means I hurried over there. Anyway, I'll take down the guys stuck to that loudmouth. Not just me. The other guys in the support squadron were shooting down the ones clinging to the loudmouth, but letting my guard down because of that was bad. I got attacked from behind. I'm avoiding the attacks somehow, but this is bad if it continues. I've got no choice but to do it even though it strains the ship. First I fly at full throttle while leading my opponent directly behind me. When the opponent's right behind me, I raise the nose, fire the attitude control thrusters on the bottom of the ship at full power for an instant, stop the main booster, doing them simultaneously at the perfect timing. Then the ship will rotate with the opponent's ship passing under, putting me behind them, and shooting a beam then will certainly damage the enemy. In other words, it's the basic tactic of doing a mid-air flip to get behind the enemy, but since suddenly raising the nose makes it look like the fuselage snapped from being attacked, I call it a shot-down feint. And my opponent fell for it splendidly. While I was doing that, the right-wing support squadron also arrived. Then our forces suddenly gained the advantage at Central. For the Viscount Zeme's forces, that meant they had no combat strength at either side, which would also lower morale. Just when the forces as a whole shifted to Count Bakahoa's advantage with less than 10 ships remaining stuck to the loudmouth, something unbelievable happened. Count Bakahoa's flagship moved forward, firing its main cannon. Moreover, they shouted something stupid in a simultaneous transmission to the whole enemy. Jaya ha 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 ha. My forces are overwhelming. You foolish Viscount should have quickly handed over your daughter, yet you resisted this far. Once captured, I will dote on her plenty. That's a death flag. The moment I thought that, one of the ships stuck to the loudmouth guy charged straight at the bridge of Count Bakahoa's flagship on a kamikaze run. It was so fast that not one ally could react. The enemy side of course hadn't expected him to do something like that either. He was probably a young soldier who harbored feelings for the Viscount's daughter or something. While the ship wasn't sunk from that kamikaze, the bridge had been rendered into a barely recognizable, heavily damaged state. If he hadn't been wearing a spacesuit properly on a whim, the Count and his entourage would surely have departed for the afterlife. Then, this is Lieutenant Galvin, currently the highest-ranking officer. Count Bakahoa and Major Scanton died, making continued combat impossible. I announced to all officers and soldiers, halt combat immediately. This foolish slaughter is meaningless. With those words broadcasted fleet-wide by Lieutenant Galvin, who had launched the transmission from a different ship, everyone ceased combat. Chapter 2. But I refuse. After combat ended on the Viscount Zeme side, they apparently demanded apologies and enormous compensations from the Bakahoa family without pursuing responsibility for us mercenaries. Thanks to that as well, the mercenaries hired by Count Bakahoa were able to receive supplies at the Bakahoa family base. However, having used their shot-down feint, I need to either dock at a proper maintenance dock, or spend time doing a full overhaul myself. Because their shot-down feint puts a lot of strain on my modified used ship, I'm worried about using it again in its current state. Payment has already been distributed and there'd be no problem leaving any time, but I plan to depart late. I don't want it turning into a scramble and accidents happening from everyone leaving at once. People might see me as incompetent, but it's better than being hostile or causing accidents. While watching ships depart like that, I suddenly got a transmission. Yes, who is this? Nice to meet you. I am the small combat spacecraft WVS-09, Uzoss. You are John Uzoss of the ship, Patchwork, and the mercenary Captain John Uzoss, correct? Displayed on screen was an extraordinarily beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. A race that would never talk to me except for phone sales receptionists hotties. Getting a transmission from someone of that race I'm not acquainted with only gives me bad feelings. Yes, that's certainly correct, but may I ask your business? I could have said you have the wrong person, but that'd be pointless since she knew my call sign. Yes, I will be direct. Won't you swap to me? Come again? What's this person saying? Swap? I've never even had a lover since birth. What's there to swap? Seeing my expression, Miss Uzoss continued the conversation. I am the small combat spacecraft WVS-09, Uzoss. I am what you would call an ancient civilization relic excavated sentient superweapon. Huh? What's this beauty on screen talking about? A sentient super weapon? If that's true, then it's an astounding object. It'd fetch an insane price if it went on sale, but I can't readily believe such a claim after hearing it. And more than anything, hold on. Even if that's true, don't you already have a partner? Now that I think about it, Uzoss is the name of that loudmouth guy's ship, in other words her name. Why would a ship betray its owner when one already exists? My current crew member, Lambert Rygrades, is, to put it bluntly, an incompetent weakling. The sentient super weapon. Miss Uzoss showed an angered expression. I was left collecting dust in an old warehouse in a small rural town on the planet Raza. That warehouse's owner's grandson was Lambert Rygrades, and even though he spouted things like I'm the mightiest mercenary, and there ain't anyone faster at piloting than me. When we first met, the truth is he just became a mercenary 1 week ago, and today was his first battle. Not only that, he had only ever piloted a ship on training simulators. But isn't it impressive he attracted and evaded such a massive number of enemies without being shot down while flying around like that? So that loudmouth guy was a newbie, huh? Well, he's a protagonist's side character, and achieved those results by some hidden ability activating. So I think it's plenty even if his record is otherwise blank. However, Miss Uzoss looked displeased as she said, he was unconscious and wetting himself from shock incontinence when the barrier was hit by a beam at the start of the battle. I moved by myself. Since my consciousness was focused on controlling the cockpit and cleaning robots to clean up the floor, I was unable to attack. She spat it out. She probably really hated being peed on. Well, that happens to new recruits sometimes. How about you, Mr. Uzoss? Me? Well, I didn't lose consciousness or control of my bladder at least, though my record, in other words, as a mercenary, as a warrior, your aptitude is higher. I don't know about that. He might bloom later. Miss Uzoss kept pressing on excitedly, but it can't be helped for a first battle. Anyway, all of my specs are hundreds of times higher than your ship. If you swap to me, glory and prestige will be yours as you wish. If you really are an amazing ship from an ancient civilization relic, normally, I'd want you for sure. Yes, indeed. If she's a sentient super weapon excavated from ancient civilization ruins, her specs would be tremendous, able to battle even fleets, not just current combat ships. Piloting such a ship, I could have a prominent career as a mercenary. But I refuse. Naturally refused. Don't joke around. If a guy like me rode such an amazing ship, I'd immediately be targeted out of resentment. Trash like you doesn't deserve such a treasure. We'll make good use of it. You must be threatening her. Release her immediately, or they might attack me when I get off the ship and beat me down. So I refuse. It's disproportionate, lacks proper casting. Know your place. Anyway, it'd be wasted on me. Ships like that should be ridden by handsome men or beauties with protagonist attributes. So, I have no intention of riding with you. So please do your best with your current partner. Why not? My ship is currently the galaxy's best and strongest. It's invincible, you know? You can earn plenty with it. Uzoss desperately appeals to her strengths, but for me, they're nothing but weaknesses. If the ship is indeed that powerful, there's a high possibility that we'll be sent to harsh battlefields, and we may become targets for enemies. I'll say it again, but those are the kinds of burdens that are shouldered by handsome or beautiful protagonists. Something like me, an ugly mob mercenary, has no right to bear such a burden. Anyway, I have no intention of riding you, so please keep at it with your current partner, I said, cutting the transmission. I'd be horrified imagining what could happen if a guy like me rode a ship like that. The uncertain life of a mercenary. Overestimating yourself, letting it get to your head, standing out leads to shortening your life. That's why for someone like me, equipment and circumstances that match my status are important. For a mob like me to survive long on the battlefield, don't stand out, act cowardly. Don't seek honor. Only handsome men and beauties with protagonist attributes can survive while behaving bravely, standing out, and enjoying prestige and glory as they please. Mobs must not seek such things. Knowing your place raises your probability of surviving on the battlefield. While reaffirming such thoughts, outside suddenly grew noisy. When I look outside wondering what's going on. Don't fuck with me. I'm your master. So why the hell am I being thrown out? I don't want to be owned by someone who fainted and soiled themselves with the first shot. You bitch, don't fuck with me. It seems Miss Rossis and the loudmouth guy are fighting. I can hear their voices all the way here even though they should be quite far away. Also their words are questionable. Since the guys around don't know Miss Rossis is the ship's AI, it sounds exactly like lovers quarrel to them. And since it sounds like they're airing their sex life, it leaves a bad taste. Well, best not get involved. And because of that lovers quarrel, ship departures have crowded, so I decided to leave the base while I can. I get permission from the control tower, slowly move my ship towards the exit, peer at the docking site boiling with the lovers quarrel as I pass by, hit the throttle blowing exhaust, and left behind Count Bakahoa's base. All right. I'll hurry and finish the maintenance then head straight to the anime shop. Chapter 3. That's your problem. Besides, if she's beautiful, I'll decline even more. As busy as ever here. After finishing the overhaul on my ship required by my previous job, the place I went to was the Galactic Empire Pout Space Region, Planet YTTS branch of the Mercenary Guild. While not on the level of the headquarters on the Galactic Empire capital planet Hine, it's still a pretty big guild. I came here for a simple reason, to look the work. I input the request code numbers displayed on the bulletin board into my wrist terminal and take it to reception. There I hear the details and decide whether or not to accept the job. Where I head, of course, is the uncle reception with no line rather than the hot receptionist. If I tried lining up at the beauty's reception, hey, trash like you, get out of Miss Hot Receptionist's line, know your place. I'd get punched and stuff like that. Even if I miraculously got to the counter and was just talking about the job, hey you, can't you see she doesn't like it? Get lost. I'd absolutely get punched. Anyway, I headed to the usual uncle's reception to register for subjugating some seemingly minor pirates for whom there were a lot of recent local sightings info. Please take care of this. Yo, it's you again huh? Going after minor pirate subjugation. As usual, you're as boring as ever. The uncle working this reception is Antonio Rones. He's an uncle with a set of former mercenary dark-skinned bald-head macho. He's not the guild master or anything, just a regular staff for this reception. Boring is fine. Better than gambling my life away, right? And you can die if you let your guard down against these pirate subjugations too. Yeah, well, that's the main reason new recruits die. He's saying it's minor, but the opponents are attacking without mercy. I can't be negligent, yet some rookie mercenaries look down on them as just minor pirates, get hit by unexpected counterattacks, and end up as space dust. Well, if you don't underestimate them arrogantly, the subjugations are easy since their equipment is also poor. But could you wait on that request for a bit? He'd normally start explaining right away, but just for today that didn't happen. How come? Well, a noble lady is recruiting guards to escort her to her long-term stay destination, and they requested securing 50 people. It's for the day after tomorrow. They just need one more person. In other words, participate to fill the numbers. That's right. The pay's not bad, and with 50 ships the chances of being attacked are low too. I decline. That absolutely invites trouble. 50 guards is way too many for an escort. It's like they're asking to be attacked. And besides, if there are so many people, there must be protagonists among them. Why don't you accept without saying that? We're in trouble if we don't have enough people. The young lady's designated day is tomorrow. Besides, that young lady seems to be quite beautiful. Noble young ladies are often troublemakers. Even if the person herself is nice, there are usually some unsavory characters around her. So, I'm going to decline no matter what they say. That's your problem. Besides, if she's beautiful, I'll decline even more. I said this and requested the registration for the shabby pirate extermination. All right, I'll go into detail now. Old man Roan sighed and started the procedure reluctantly. While this exchange was taking place, someone called out to me from behind. Hey, you, what's going on? It's quite rude to interrupt a conversation about a request like this. I thought this and turned around, but I was punched in the face. The one who punched me was a young man in his late teens with a confident expression and a tall, slender, and androgynous face. He had a stylish and elegant design in his clothing, exuding cleanliness, but now, he had an expression of intense anger. What's up with this guy? Fortunately, I didn't fall or hit my knee when he punched me. But what's the deal with suddenly punching me like that? I've never met this guy before, and I don't remember doing anything to him. After punching me, the handsome guy didn't hesitate and continued, "Why don't you accept the request? The client is worried that the young lady won't be safe without 50 escorts, so she's asked the Mercenary Guild for help. Why won't you accept the request? Even with all that, you're still a mercenary. Refusing this is a disqualification as a mercenary. Quit right now. You spineless creepy otaku loser." And he insulted me like that. Ah, I see. This guy believes that mercenaries are heroes who help the weak and defeat the strong. Perhaps, no matter what I or Old Man Roan say, he won't listen, and he's the type who believes his beliefs are absolute. I was wondering what to do, and then Old Man Roan spoke to this hero guy. "Why don't you stop this guild commotion? Besides, your rank is soldier, and he's a knight. That guy's a senior, and it's up to mercenaries to accept or decline any job." Old Man Roans warned him in a firm tone, "But there's no doubt that I'm stronger than this guy, so I want my rank to be raised right now." The hero guy laughed at me and ignored Old Man Roan's words, completely intoxicated with himself. "In that case, will you accept as the last person for this request?" "Of course." Saying that, the hero guy slammed his guild card and terminal on the counter. "Head to the specified location by the time specified in the regulations. I won't tolerate being late." While giving such instructions, Old Man Roans reluctantly began the procedure. By the way, in the Mercenary Guild, there are 6 ranks based on a mercenary's contribution, from lowest to highest: soldier, rook, knight, bishop, queen, and king, which are assigned ranks similar to chess pieces. The colors of these cards are as follows: soldier, green; rook, yellow; knight, blue; bishop, white; queen, red; king, black. Up to the rank of knight, you can advance based solely on your contribution, but to become a bishop, you need to pass an exam. By the way, as mentioned earlier, I am a knight. As Old Man Roans mentioned, I have no intention of taking the exam since it's troublesome and would draw too much attention. As I was thinking about that, the hero guy glared at me and said, "Well, the client would probably be happier with someone like me, unlike you, a spineless creepy otaku. And from now on, if you ever show up in front of me, I won't be lenient." He insulted me like that and then walked away. What's with that guy? Ouch. He's a newcomer, but he's already successfully completed several big requests from the beginning. Well, he's an elite with high expectations. Old Man Roans explained who the guy was to me as I nursed my sore spot from the punch. "But why didn't you fight back or argue with him?" "Because that guy definitely wouldn't listen to anything we say. Even if I complained about the violence within the guild, the fangirls would come rushing to his defense, and the judgment might even be replaced by one of his fangirls. In that hero guy's mind, I'm probably treated as a minor villain from an evil organization. He might even pull out a gun without hesitation and consider it a social assassination." I agree with that. That request earlier probably had some pressure behind it, but it would be nice if we could avoid too much trouble. Now, let's continue with the procedure. I said this and handed my wrist-type terminal to Old Man Roans. All right. I got it." With a sigh, Old Man Roans resumed the procedure. Chapter 4. That lazy coward. As Old Man Roans resumed the procedure, I felt someone standing behind me, and once again, I was approached from behind. Just like earlier, you don't even fight back despite getting punched by a newcomer. Are you really a mercenary in the knight rank? The person who spoke in an irritated tone was about 170 centimeters tall. She had long, straight, beautiful silver hair and amethyst-like purple eyes. With flawless skin and a perfect figure, this person was a beauty that someone like me, who should stay away from, should never get involved with. This beautiful person was none other than Fuel Kashasat, a mercenary in the bishop rank. She's also known as the leopardess. She doesn't actually have leopard ears and tail. It's because her combat ship has a leopard emblem painted on it. So, why was someone from the group that usually belongs to protagonist-like characters approaching me, of all people? The reason is simple. She doesn't like me. When we first met at the Supple base for the pirate extermination organized by the military, we just had a casual conversation. But the second time we met, at the Mercenary Guild's docking bay, she shouted at me, "Don't you have any ambition? I hate lazy people like you the most." Since then, every time we meet at the guild's reception or elsewhere, she hurls various insults at me, like "Don't you have any motivation? Or you're not taking on big jobs, huh?" Because of that, people around us, especially those from the protagonist-like group, didn't like that she was talking to me, and I had been told that before. You might think, isn't she acting sincere? But that only happens with harem-type protagonists, and it's impossible for someone like me. Because of all that, I don't like her. That type of person definitely won't listen to anything I say. Even if I complained about the violence within the guild, the fangirls would come rushing to her defense, and the judge might even be replaced by one of her fangirls. It's best to let her do what she wants to satisfy herself. I explained the reason why I didn't fight back, but I didn't say, "Aren't you on his side? Is it okay to let his disrespect you like that?" "Troublesome matters are bothersome," I replied, and she glared at me with a fierce expression. "HMPH, just take on some lame requests and earn some spare change, so you don't die." She spat out those words and then left. "You're still as disliked by Fiorka as ever. She probably has a physical aversion to me, but she should just avoid talking to me." Old man Rones also watched her leave with a tired expression. She was approached by several men and women, and even the receptionist stared at her with admiration. She gives more of a dignified older sister vibe than a well-endowed lady. There's no doubt that she and I live in different worlds. Section side, Fiorka Tarasat. I really can't stand that man. She was recalling the precious encounter while showering. Why is he satisfied staying at night rank when he's far above me at piloting combat craft, and by ability should even be queen rank? I don't mean to make light of night rank. It's that no matter what, why doesn't he try to take a position matching his ability? Certainly there are a lot of annoying nobles who just run their mouths at bishop rank even though their combat piloting is weaker than mine. Of course a mercenary's evaluation isn't just piloting skill, but it certainly leaves me unsatisfied. Naturally, if I could beat him at piloting a combat craft in a match, I wouldn't have to think about stuff like this. But of course if I applied for a mock battle he'd refuse, saying, "I'm not worthy of facing you. Please take the win." That lazy coward. I unconsciously punched the shower room wall quite violently. "Did something happen, miss?" Hearing that, my android maid Sherry hurriedly came asking what was wrong. "Oh, sorry about that. It's nothing." I turned off the shower, took a bath towel from Sherry, dried myself off, put on a bathrobe, and headed to the lounge to sit on the sofa. Then Sherry swiftly brought me a glass of iced coffee, so I started sipping it through a straw. The cold, bitter coffee calmed me down. By the way, this isn't my home but rather the spaceship, Ukrimo, which has docking facilities for my combat craft, Igarim, making it its mothership. It's equipped with a hangar for combat craft and lodging facilities, making long-distance travel easy without consuming my combat craft's fuel to get to the battlefield. That wall pound earlier was about John Uzoss again, wasn't it? Sherry asked me with a fed-up tone, sighing. She's a female-type full-body android. Her exterior is covered with extremely smooth, supple metal. The heat from her energy core feels like body warmth, giving the appearance of a living human's skin turned to metal. Her head has smooth metal plates imitating hair, and her face looks perfectly human aside from her eyes being lens plates, with a moving mouth and changeable expressions. But since she doesn't actually breathe, she just makes those motions. Yet it looks exactly like she's really sighing. By the way, I have her wear maid clothes. Since I went through the trouble, that man was punched and showered with abuse by a newbie mercenary, yet he didn't retaliate or even argue back. Remembering the scene from earlier brought my anger welling up again. He even made excuses that people like that absolutely won't listen if he speak up, and retaliation will just turn those around him into enemies, so it's best to let the offender vent. I downed the rest of the iced coffee in one go. Why does someone like that have far greater combat piloting skill than me? It's so frustrating. I unconsciously flicked the empty glass with my finger. In a sense, perhaps he has character. Able hawks hide their talons, the wise feign foolishness. People who truly have skill don't flaunt it. I understand that, but I get what Sherry's saying. There's plenty of guys at bishop rank like me who talk big despite having weaker combat piloting than me. A mercenary's evaluation of course isn't just piloting skill, but it certainly leaves me unsatisfied. Obviously if I could beat him at combat craft piloting in a match I wouldn't have to think about stuff like this. But of course if I applied for a mock battle he'd refuse, saying I'm not worthy of facing you, please take the win. Just thinking about it makes me mad, so let's get to work. Did you pick some out? Yes. This way. While thinking about how I should vent this stress, I started looking over the list of jobs Sherry passed me. Chapter 5. Oh, if anyone resides on that asteroid, please respond. I left the guild after finishing resupplies the same day I accepted the job. My ship, Patchwork, focuses on search defense maneuverability capabilities, with average speed and firepower. Protagonist types just have to increase speed and firepower, enemies come to them, attacks never hit them, and they perfectly control the ship no matter how tricky the maneuverability is, so they have no need for other capabilities. But that doesn't happen to mob me. Those three are necessary elements to survive. By the way, that request to gather 50 people also has various other dangerous points besides standing out, having unpleasant guys there. An obvious one is being used purely as a meat shield. The more people, the more dispersed the target, and the damage is reduced before hitting my ship. A common example is the client being the target of an attack from someone during the transfer, so gathering meat shields in anticipation of being attacked during the transfer. Escorting a lady is a common pretext. Next is likely handpicking and favoring ones with good looks for their escort. With 50 people, there's bound to be handsome guys, and big-breasted lady too. They gather numbers to search for and find peoples like that. And then disparity in rewards is guaranteed to happen. Of course it's natural if there's achievements like driving away attackers or shielding the client, but even with none of that, favorites get raised payments while the rest get reduced payments. Unreasonable stuff like that. Another reason is appearances. Some nobles just feel better having a large escort. When I was a newbie, a guild executive who was a nobleman forcibly made me participate in a job like this to show off to a noble lady client. Back then, I was compared to the good-looking guys and constantly sneered at, and was almost used as a meat shield. It was awful. While thinking about stuff like that, I arrived at the space region where pirates appeared. First I'll start scouting. Patchwork's normal search radar usually is 1 billion kilometer, but this one mine can scan 2 billion kilometer. That sentient combat craft that contacted me last time could probably scan around 10 billion kilometer. I check areas with little human traffic one by one, like asteroid belts, abandoned colonies, debris accumulation points, and planetary satellites. I also go around asking nearby inhabited colonies and residential satellites. 4 days later, after steadily continuing such meticulous scouting and investigations, I discovered a rather large asteroid. If it was in an asteroid belt it wouldn't be suspicious, but one just sitting alone in empty space is 100 times more suspicious. On top of that, thermal readings were detected from the asteroid. In other words, something artificial is on that asteroid. But some people remodel asteroids like that for a life of seclusion, so I have to check. If it turns out to be a stubborn old hermit or something, getting them to cooperate would be a major pain. Furthermore, while it could be a case of somehow getting knocked out from an asteroid belt, in cases like that contact comes from the victim immediately and the police or military come for rescue, so it wouldn't be left alone. But if right after being knocked out, or if it was unmanned, or worse, the occupant was unconscious or dead. That's also possible. So first I contact the office on the nearest inhabited planet with the coordinates, and check if anyone lives there. Their reply was that no resident was confirmed at those coordinates, and it was proven to not be a registered asteroid residence knocked out from a nearby asteroid belt. In other words, someone was living there without permission, making the chances of it being a pirate base high. But there's still the possibility of ordinary people living there without permission. So I first ready my barrier, then call out openly, "Oh, if anyone resides on that asteroid, please respond." No response even after 5 minutes passed. Your current location coordinates constitute navigation obstruction according to interplanetary navigation law. Please promptly move coordinates and complete procedures, or dispose of the current asteroid residence. By the way, living on asteroids outside of asteroid belts is really prohibited, and they're treated as debris, so there's no problem with destroying them. After another 5 minutes passed, no helping it, time to execute the final measure. Since there is no response, I will carry out destruction procedures assuming it is unmanned. Destruction begins in 5 minutes. They usually panic and come out when I say this, but is it really unoccupied? While thinking that, the asteroid slowly began moving. Looking closely, exhaust ports for movement had appeared from somewhere without me noticing. They were probably kept concealed for camouflage. Looks like someone is definitely there, all right. I immediately deploy my barrier and brace myself to deal with the situation. The suspicious asteroid residence is slowly moving away from my ship. I don't know if it intends to leave, but I need to have the local police on the closest inhabited planet get an explanation from them about why they were in a place like this, then have them fully atone for their crimes after. Oh, please stop. I need you to give an explanation to the local police before leaving. Since they haven't attacked me, I called out trying conversation first, but that became unnecessary because small combat craft launched from that asteroid residence. 2 of them. The instant I confirmed that, I dropped the barrier, rapidly closed in on those craft while firing beams at them. I don't intend to hit them. It's enough if the opponent panics or something. They're probably trying to hold me here and let the asteroid residents escape, so if they evade or flee in response to my actions, I'll go straight for the asteroid residents and attack. Even if they try to get in my way, I'll evade and still go straight for the asteroid residents to attack. Either way, attacking and hitting the movement exhaust ports to stop the asteroid residents makes it my win. Then I just have to shoot down the launched craft. I should try to minimize destruction if possible, because that raises the buyout price. Gotta demolish while keeping that in mind. Then those combat craft evaded left and right to avoid the beams. So I throttle up approaching the asteroid residence, scoring a hit on the exhaust ports. There was an explosion, but the asteroid residents continued advancing straight without stopping. However, I could clearly tell it was moving on inertia now. So I quickly banked and fired beams at the combat craft. I was sure they'd evade, but one was easily hit, spinning unsteadily before becoming unable to move. Shit, how dare you gate tell? The remaining one craft came at me, but it isn't very fast. My ship, Patchwork, still has more speed. I better call the police for now. Oh, I called the police just now, so don't resist anymore. I know that's impossible, but I'll warn them anyway. Shit, we were finally earning as pirates and we're gonna show up our ex-wives. I specially bought it after borrowing money. Shit. Move. No. It'd be dangerous to move in that state. Nothing for it. We just had too good of a run so far. Come to think of it, it's surprising they kept up being pirates, small scale as they were, for this long at this level. Chapter 6. The opponent is a duke's house. They won't listen. The police soon arrived and took away the 3 uncles comprising the pirates. The uncles had all been fired from their job, then thoroughly looked down on and divorced by their wives and children. To get back to their former families, the 3 teamed up to borrow money and buy the asteroid residence and combat craft, then started being pirates. It's sad, or rather, I don't know what to say. Maybe it was bad that they succeeded the first time they tried, and then they got a taste for it, I guess. Well, at least they didn't do something vicious like massacring people. The amount they plundered was minor, so it probably won't turn out too serious. When I mentioned that Tyrone's at the guild reception while he was here about the reward money, he murmured the world sure is cold with a tinge of deep emotion and melancholy. However, if this were a protagonist-type story, the pirates would consist of 3 beautiful sisters. Then the sisters would be the daughters of the imposing and historic leader of a large pirate crew. But due to a betrayal by their subordinates and an attempt on their lives because they refused to become someone's property, they somehow managed to survive. They would gather funds for the purpose of seeking revenge against the treacherous subordinates. Furthermore, some kind of special circumstances would arise, and these 3 sisters would become partners with the protagonist, or something along those lines. And what had been bothering me even before discussing the details of this job was, so, what happened with that was the scene of dozens of mercenaries gathered around and pressing a guild executive. It's about the 50 people request, right? Apparently the client only paid that hero guy the reward, and it seems she paid him the full amount for all members. Saying stuff to the ones who didn't get paid like, you didn't get rewarded because your work wasn't trustworthy. When I heard that, I doubted my ears. Not paying that many people the reward means big trouble. The noble lady probably nitpicked as a pretext to favor whoever she took a liking to out of the gathered guys. That's a big deal. Didn't the guild object? The opponent is a duke's house. They won't listen, as expected. Really glad I didn't take it. Avoid noble clients for anything besides combat. It's advice I got from a senior mercenary. And that guild executive who accepted the request is getting blamed. Yeah, about that much. The executive in charge of accepting requests getting shouted at by various mercenaries, I think it was. So did that favored person quit being a mercenary and become that noble lady's exclusive? While Uncle doesn't tell me the details since it's about a job I didn't take, that favored one was undoubtedly that hero guy. No mistake. Nah. He refused, saying, I'm a mercenary, there are still people I have to save. Wasn't the other party mad? Seems the lady was totally smitten with him. Far from mad, she was impressed, as expected of a protagonist type. Normally, defying a noble's request could easily warrant an unreasonable charge of disrespect, but it's permitted because the beloved daughter has fallen for him. She likes his personality, character, looks. If it were mob me, I'd have been sentenced to death on the spot. Well, I'd be safe since I wouldn't even be liked in the first place, and if you're gonna say that much, then tell her to properly pay all the members. Didn't you think the reward amount was weird? Come to think of it, I don't see that favored guy who got the reward, right? Maybe he went home before getting surrounded by the protesters? As expected of a protagonist type, even the flow of time and people are on his side. Though I don't know what to say about that hero guy. I can understand why the noble lady took a liking to him. After all, he's a handsome guy who seems to possess all girls' ideals completely. It's rare for someone to give off such a clean impression. There's not one thing mobs like me should get involved in with guys like him. One of the small handful of perfect hero types. It's best to avoid any association. It's done. While I was thinking that, the payment procedure finished. Even taking out the handling fees until purchase, quite a sum came in from selling those uncle's asteroid residence and combat craft. Yeah, sure. I'll come take on jobs again after resting a bit. Yo. See ya. And so I obtained the reward money and left the mercenary guild behind. After finishing work, I'd normally wander anime shops before going home, but there's something I have to do before that. Sending money home to my parents. My dad quit his job and started farming right before my high school third-year exams, so I couldn't attend college. I say he quit, but I found out he was actually unjustly dismissed. So I didn't complain particularly, on top of suddenly becoming unable to take exams for that reason, and my grades not being especially great. I thought normal part-time work would be difficult with my looks. When choosing becoming a mercenary amidst that, the trigger was being tricked by a teacher and forcibly enlisted into a mercenary corps in 10th grade. Back then, not just me but they gathered and enlisted problem children with grades, personality, lifestyles by saying it was a special study camp so they wouldn't fail classes. That said, In reality we were just taken along to increase numbers and earnings from clients for the main core members, and used as meat shields, with all the pay going into the shit teacher's pocket, an absolutely crazy deal. The guys who died in that first sortie were over-optimistic and charged in, or were used as meat shields and decoys, with 37 people dying excluding me and just 2 others. And the other 2 who survived aside from me accomplished protagonist-like feats to survive. I didn't get over-optimistic, and survived by maneuvering similarly to now, staying at the edge of the battlefield. Playing dogfight-style shooting games and FPS games might have been one factor that allowed me to survive somewhat, and then we did end up arrested. But a kind senior mercenary from a different faction than the shit teachers in the same mercenary corps said to me, "No matter the results, surviving is what makes a good mercenary. You'll become a good mercenary." That might have been another reason I chose becoming a mercenary. And the other reason was the high payments. When I was forcibly enlisted in that mercenary corps in 10th grade and right after that first sortie, that shit teacher and mercenary corps were arrested. I especially remember the teacher showing no remorse at all, and was sentenced to death really quickly. What the police told me then was that just from the one time they sent us out, the teacher was supposed to get 120 million credits. Divided by 40 people, it's 3 million credits per head, and when I heard that I remember being extremely surprised. I was told this amount per head was the going rate for requests that were guaranteed to turn into combat. After that incident, my high school life passed by peacefully, with nothing particularly noteworthy except for gaining lifelong friends. By the way, my parents are currently living on the planet Tavu, my father's hometown, and they seem to be doing various farming activities happily together. Anyway, I decided to go to the nearest bank and send some money to my parents through the ATM. As a rule I set for myself, I send 1/3 of each reward to them. This time, the reward for the mission was 400,000 credits, but the old men's ships added up to a whopping 5,600,000 credits. So, this time, I sent 2 million credits, which is 1/3 of the total amount. During the previous mission, we couldn't salvage the wreckage, and the fuel and ammunition were provided, which amounted to about 3 million credits, so I sent 1 million credits back then. Initially, I thought about sending only half, but it's better to keep funds for unforeseen circumstances. Even with just the 400,000 credits from this mission's reward, I can comfortably buy 2D Xbox sets of anime software and cover a month's living expenses. I allocate the remaining amount after deducting fuel, maintenance, and repair costs to savings. Once the remittance is done, I decide to go to the anime shop to buy some light novels to read during travel and waiting times, as well as some new anime data software. However, on the way there, I saw someone I didn't want to meet. It was Next, the one who was fooled into joining the mercenary corps along with me but survived and had protagonist-like accomplishments. He's quite handsome, kind to everyone, serious, strongly driven by justice, academically outstanding, and excels in sports. A perfect guy without any flaws. And he has that typical stubborn and kind aspect common in such individuals. That's why I dislike him and find him annoying. So, I tried to leave before he spotted me. But unfortunately, he noticed me. "Hey there, John Uzoss. How long do you plan to keep working as a mercenary?" Chapter 7. Anyway, I'm not joining the army. Is it okay to keep your girlfriends waiting? I don't want to interrupt your date. Every time we meet, I'm told the same thing I'm now sick of hearing. This guy, Next, is the second son of a count's household who for various circumstances came from the capital planet to enroll in the ordinary high school on my home planet YTTS. Why was a noble like him chosen for the mercenary recruitment members? My guess is that he was treated as an unwanted child by his family. Otherwise, there's no way a noble like him would attend the same normal school as me, or become the victim of such a crime. He became a topic during school as the victim of a terrible incident. Then after graduation entered the Imperial military leveraging that experience and is currently active as a major and an ace pilot and one of the central figures of propaganda. He gives off the feeling of a standard upstart protagonist, Maybe he'd say stuff mocking his adversaries if he had any. By the way, my unchanging response to his recruitment he tells me every time we meet is, like I said before, I don't want to join the army cause it'd increase my chances of dying. It's the same as a mercenary, and the military has better guarantees and welfare. Most of all it contributes to the empire. Don't you get that? He doesn't care that I clearly look unwilling, and keeps pushing his opinion on me. Why does Bernext want me in the military so badly? He probably sincerely thinks that rather than doing something like being a mercenary, it's better to enlist in the military and build achievements if I'm doing the same stuff. And he has some aversion to mercenaries after that incident too, I guess. But the actual circumstances of employment for colonial citizens in the military are awful. The truth is the planet I'm from used to be the capital of the Galactic Democratic Nation 70 years ago before being invaded and turned into a colony by the Empire. As a result, discrimination by home planet definitely exists in places like the military and political business worlds, and as a colonial I'd definitely just be used as a noble's meat shield or stress relief tool. If beautiful women may be told to offer their bodies, any achievements would likely be stolen from me, and failures pinned on me. I could even be punished on fabricated charges of disrespecting superiors. And it's not just colonials. The original imperial citizens face similar circumstances. The pay may be a bit higher than a normal company worker, but comparing it to human dignity and life, it's too cheap. As a noble, he probably doesn't know about any of that. And more than anything, he seriously thinks recruiting me like this is kind. Frankly, I want nothing to do with him. If I joined something like the military, he'd definitely get involved. The mercenary guild is very comfortable in comparison. There's practically no entanglements aside from personal responsibility. Who would join the military? Mercenaries properly contribute to the empire with stuff like security and transport too, you know? That may be true. Then it'd be good if you did the same in the military. The Majesty would be pleased too. And guessing another reason he solicits me, it's possible the Empress is involved. The current 38th Empress Emilia Ferrana Lovelace is a beauty with blue-silver hair, jet black eyes, and fair skin, garnering attention online as Empress Beauty. Maybe he's childhood friends with Her Majesty and is recruiting me from a pure desire to help her out. And while he may not realize it himself, he might also harbor a desire to show his good side to his childhood friend. Well, whatever the reason, it doesn't change that it's annoying. By the way, while I've been talking with Bernext for a while, my life is in danger of being exposed to danger. The reason being the women accompanying him. They're definitely military personnel from their uniforms, though I can't tell if they're his subordinates, colleagues, or superiors. But they're glaring at me fiercely. And they've got military-grade laser guns at their waists, so it's no joke. Of course if they murdered me they'd be prosecuted, and even though punishments for noble crimes and consciousness reform advocated by Her Majesty have been progressing, nobles can still avoid punishment, so concealment of murder has a high chance of being carried out. From their view, it's like don't get in the way when we're out together. Then they should let me end this unproductive conversation if they want that. They get that I don't want to talk, right? But of course they won't understand that. So I'll take advantage of them. Anyway, I'm not joining the army. More importantly, is it okay to keep your girlfriend waiting? I don't want to interrupt your date. When I point that out, seeming to recall he had company, he looks back at the women. It's not a date. Sorry about that, ladies. Did I make you wait? After denying it's a date, he turns an apologetic smile to them. Just him smiling is enough to draw their gazes and instantly melt their glaring eyes that had been boring into me. Oh, not at all. I think it's wonderful you worry for your friend, Major. And one of them wraps her arm around Bernext's. Then, that's right. I still have time after this, so it's no problem, says another, also wrapping her arm around his. Starting with that, the women begin vying and pulling for Lord Bernext's arms, seemingly saying that they themselves are actually his lover. Hey, stop grabbing my arms. They're fighting nicely, so with their gazes off me I swiftly take the chance to leave the area. See, it was a date after all. Welp, this bothersome bug will take his leave. We're not finna Yuga. Leaving the immobilized Bernext with his arms seized by the women behind, I promptly left the area. Maybe I'll go to the anime shop tomorrow. I'm kinda tired today. I'll head home, just shower, eat the convenience store bento I bought, then check my favorite anime's official site before turning in. Section Side, Law Bernext. John Uzoss, one of the survivors from that incident in 10th grade. Why doesn't he accept my advice? Rather than doing something like being a mercenary, enlisting in the Imperial military and building achievements would let someone with his colonial planet origin contribute to the Empire a little. So why doesn't he choose that? If he joined the military and was assigned to my unit, he could attain reasonable rank, and increasing personnel would be my achievement too. It'd help out Amelia, who's working hard too. I see. He's being considerate of me. He thinks being near me, an imperial noble, would cause me trouble as someone from a colonial planet, but I don't care about stuff like that. Next time we meet, I should notify him of being assigned to my direct unit, then he'll happily enlist in the military. With his ability to make quick situational judgments, he could become an excellent adjutant. While the women pulled at my arms, I was convinced of my own thinking. Chapter 8. Now, we will begin a briefing. Pay attention, you mercenaries. The stress from yesterday's awful encounter must have built up, I guess. I intended to just check my favorite video site, but I ended up viewing their live streams and didn't realize it was 2 a.m. until I went to sleep and woke up at noon already. I gotta go today since I missed it yesterday. Today I'll go to the anime shop, and I remember, I intended to visit yesterday and buy new volumes and doujinshi, look for anime data cards and new books to read, stuff like that. Oh right, I also wanted to explore and dig up old works, so I'll stop by, see Isabun, too. I'll eat out for lunch. I start thinking about lunch places while washing my face. If I had woken up a bit earlier I could have made lunch, but with my plans to head out, it's better to finish cleaning their neat lunch a bit late, adjusting the time. While thinking about that I begin tidying up my room. My minimum goal is to not let it get filthy. I make sure to at least clean no matter what. The apartment I live in specializes for mercenaries, and normally there are garbage chutes on each floor to throw trash down, but whether it's also to confirm residents are alive, this building doesn't have them. Instead, there are categorized dustbins in the basement that can be thrown into any time regardless of collection days. They're also flexible about things like rent due dates and room customization. However, if 6 months pass with unpaid rent and no contact, the occupant is deemed deceased and everything inside is sold off or disposed of. It seems they'll discuss it with family if contacted. I leave my ship at the guild's spaceship docking site, so no issue there. I'm renting a 1 LDK with bath and toilet. There are also 2 LDK and 3 LDK units, and I've seen kids and housewives on the first floor entrance. Since I won't have any visitors in my room, I put the bed in the living room. The sole room is a perfectly organized book and PC room with shelves of manga, light novels, doujinshi, and anime data cards. I have a policy of only buying one Kuso game since playing them makes me feel meaningless, and not buying figures cause having them line up is creepy. So it's surprisingly a normal room aside from the PC room. It's a single guy's place, so a bit messy, but I absolutely won't let it get filthy. Rather, I shouldn't. There was a guy who used to live here leaving his place a mess no matter how many times he was warned. So while he was out working one day everything inside was sold off and disposed of. It's also properly described in the contract so no complaints can be made. After finishing cleaning and changing into nice clothes, I headed out for the anime shop. Anime Member is located in Paru-Bear City's shopping district, which I reach in 10 minutes on the train from the nearest national railway station from my home, taking another 10 minutes on foot after getting off at Paru-Bear Station. Cars and air bikes frequently congest both roads and airspace depending on time of day, so for long distances the train, for short distances walking is faster. If this were the Imperial capital planet Hein, there are personal travel capsules moving via the urban management system, but planet YTTS doesn't have that, so it can't be helped. Plus I rather like walking through the city. Not just cars but air bikes too run along the ground roadways and navigable air zones. The streetscape a hodgepodge of low, mid, and high-rise buildings. The people walking the streets. 3D display ads, trendy music and the shop's PR songs leaking out. Rooftop energy stations and cafes on buildings. Self-moving vending machines and trash cans. A sweets shop with androids with exposed machinery for staff. High-rise apartments with garages right next to rooms, and so on. It's precisely because I live in environments where life is constantly at risk that I like seeing the ordinary, safe cityscape. Depending on location and planet there are slum-like places with bad security too, so I have to be careful. But Paru Bear City has relatively good public order, so it should be fine. In addition to Anai Member, the Mashitumo building this shopping district's Anai Member is also crammed together with all kinds of shops for anime, hobbies, trading cards, games, etc. And Seazaban is in this building too. Maybe because it was around lunchtime, Anai Member didn't have many customers inside. By the way, the staff are half androids and humans, doing customer service stuff like cosplaying. The androids replace body parts as needed to become exact lookalikes of characters. Currently, Chisato Narino and Takina Uegishi from Reset Recall are popular. I looked around and bought new volumes of manga, light novels, and doujinshi I like. Enjoyed exploring and discovering old works at Seazaban, then casually walked around the various floors before leaving the Mashitumo building. After that, I finished my lunch a bit late when there were fewer people at the fast food place, then directly went back home and headed towards the guild. The reason being that during my meal I received a special mobilization order, aka red letter. This is something the Mercenary Guild can issue to all mercenaries who are members, forcing their attendance unless they currently have a job obligation or reasons like injury, illness, pregnancy, childbirth for females, or long-term repairs or loss of spacecraft. Looks like this time it was issued to the guilds throughout the entire Pout region space. There are suitable penalties for ignoring or refusing this. So I immediately prepared to depart and came to the guild section. Yo, you're late. I got it while eating, so was surprised. So what's the reason for the red letter? When I asked Rones what this mobilization was about, a really unpleasant answer came back. The details will be heard in a briefing from the military 30 minutes from now. But looks like we've been told to clear out some small fry for a major pirate subjugation. After that 30 minutes, the mobilized mercenaries were moved to a hall used for ceremonies and such. The loudmouth guy, hero guy, and Miss Fiorka were there too. Which means, long time no see, Captain Uzoss. You came as expected. I got a transmission to my wrist terminal from Miss Rosis, the ancient civilization relic excavated sentient superweapon and small combat craft WVS-09 owned by that loudmouth guy. Despite having blocked her on both my ship's communications and my wrist terminal, I don't want to think about why the connection got through. Have you reconsidered talking about switching over to me? The projection display on my wrist terminal I've got, small as it is, clearly shows Miss Rosis smiling, but I already declined before, right? And you being here means you're still with that loudmouth guy, right? When I conveyed my stance and pointed out her circumstances, I'm still with him because I gave in to his nagging, but I can cast him off anytime, came the quite devilish reply. As expected, Miss Rosis can't be trusted, saying she wants to switch to me because her capabilities are higher than the loudmouth means that if someone more capable than me appears, she'll switch over there instead. As we were doing that, a large projection screen in front displayed a military officer on the stage, a well-built man who looked like a soldier, and he yelled at us mercenaries. Starting now, we will begin a briefing. Pay attention, you damn mercenaries. Someone shouted at us mercenaries. I had thought this guy would explain the mission details, but that expectation was shattered. So, let me explain. Instead of the well-built military officer, Captain Priscilla Hyliat, a famous figure responsible for the military's propaganda, took the stage at the back of the screen. She was known to be one of the most competent generals in the Imperial Army, the daughter of General Liskos Hyliat, and the vice commander of the Imperial Army's guards. With her black hair, purple eyes, fair skin, and her beauty and figure, she was sure to captivate most men. Moreover, she was highly praised for her strategic command abilities and logistical support capabilities, surpassing even her father. She was the perfect fit for propaganda. This time, the request to all mercenaries is to secure a bridgehead for the attack on the base of the Kaidos pirate group. This operation is crucial for the elimination of the ruthless and powerful Kaidos pirate group. Captain Hyliat explained with a serious expression. "I hate that woman." In response to Captain Hyliat, Uzoss muttered a complaint. In fact, there were people who reacted to Captain Hyliat in a similar way as Uzoss did. It's hard to explain, but Captain Hyliat, while acting as a military officer, had an atmosphere that somehow invoked a protective instinct. She was skilled at making requests and handling people adeptly. Moreover, it seemed like she had acquired these skills not as techniques but as innate traits. In a negative sense, she was naturally a cunning woman. Perhaps she was just doing her job seriously, and it was a pitiful story in a way. Well, she was someone who had no connection or interest to me. In addition, for the execution of this operation, we have received powerful reinforcements. Captain Hyliat turned her gaze to a man in a special black pilot suit. "If you're mercenaries, you should be familiar with them. In the organization known as the Mercenary Guild, which spans the entire universe, there are only 12 King-class mercenaries, and one of them is Mr. Alberto Circlewood." The man in the black pilot suit raised his hand lightly. Chapter 9. Captain Uzoss. "I have unfortunate news. I've found my destiny." Lord Albert Circlewood, one of only 12 people at king rank, the highest in the entire mercenary guild. "I didn't expect someone so famous to appear, handsome with a tall build, of course, and nicknamed things like One Man Fleet and Jet Black Devil for his power. Rumor says his ship is a monster craft experimentally produced at a shipyard that no one but him can pilot. With someone like that here, this operation to secure a foothold for the raid on the Kaidos pirates base has high chances of success." Maybe Captain Hyliat secured his cooperation before formulating this operation. Right after that, the strategy explanation began. First, assemble at the designated points by the time for each planet. After that, the mercenary troops besiege then annihilate the interceptors. Then the military Imperial Guards charge in and take control of the base. It's an extremely orthodox and overused strategy. Naturally it assumes base bombardment and resistance from the interceptors. And of course, the likelihood of mercenary attrition. That's fine. Mercenaries undertake work prepared for things like that. But the problem is the Imperial Army guys who will charge in and take control of the base. Rather than the Imperial Guards, the expeditionary fleet from the Central Fleet or Planetary Defense Fleet should be more suited. The Imperial Army Imperial Guards are troops for the Empire's leader, the Empress, not troops to mobilize for subjugating pirates. Yet forming the backbone means it's likely some form of military demonstration, I'd like to think. So while high-caliber troops will of course be dispatched, if this was an opportunity for those untouchable big shots to flaunt their power, rather than double effort, it might take 8 times as much from blunders, and they'd likely pin the blame for failure on us. How are we interfering when we haven't even entered the base? Frankly, it's beyond irritating. Well, they probably can't play around too much with famous people here this time. We've also got Miss Uzoss, the hero guy, and Miss Fiolka. After all, with reinforcement this powerful assembled as well, let us be sure to succeed in this operation for the Empire's peace. Following Captain Hyliat's theatrical words concluding the briefing, all officers gather at the designated space sector by 2000 hours Galactic Standard Time. With the firm words of a veteran soldier, operation preparations began. With fuel and ammo already fully loaded, combat craft began departing one after another from the spaceship docking site. I'm leaving near last as always, of course. Arriving at the designated space sector after around 1 hour of travel, we mercenaries besieged the Kaidos pirates' hideout. The area around was crammed together with various combat craft, like a trade show for combat craft. Standing out amidst them were Albert Circlewood's craft with entirely black body and just a small simplified devil illustration drawn on the fuselage, and the silver and yellowish-green craft with a helmet emblem ridden by Loudmouth aka Lambert Rygrades courtesy of Miss Rosis. Just seeing those two, they looked like nothing but top aces. And then the Imperial Guard fleet arrived behind that group, followed immediately by a broadcast to all ships. All officers and soldiers. I am Galactic Empire Army Imperial Guard Commander, Erect Rundiver. I hold the supreme rank of Grand Marshal as well as the noble title of Duke. A handsome man looking as if to say he was a prince appeared on screen. I heard he's the current Empress's cousin, and there's talk in certain circles about making him the next emperor instead. The success of this operation to annihilate the vicious Caedessus pirates depends on your shoulders. Let us be sure to crush this existence threatening the empires. No, the world's peace. While everyone was pumped up by the Grand Marshal Excellency's words, some guys were surely raising voices of anguish like, explode with handsomeness. Anyway, the operation to annihilate the Caedessus pirates began. The Caedessus pirates' hideout was a fortress made by remodeling a massive asteroid. In other words, an amazing version of the asteroid residence those uncles were captured in some days ago. With this many ships getting close, beam firing ports obviously appeared from the other side. Visual on beam firing ports. The moment I heard that report, I shifted my craft away from the firing ports. I figured I should minimize barrier consumption even with it deployed. Other mercenaries did the same, the non-rookies lightly evading. Lord Albert Circlewood and Miss Rosis smashed one firing port after another while evading beams, as expected. Their Jet Black Devil and sentient super weapon are on another level. They must have thought it was dangerous too, as small manned combat ships to super small unmanned combat ships appeared in a swarm. It seems they can't release pirate ships, after all. Now, it's time for work. And so, the battle began, and it had only been 30 minutes. Already, over half of the enemy combat ships were in ruins, mainly thanks to Rosis-san. She was drawing orbits that would be impossible for a human, with incredible speed, shooting down enemy combat ships one after another as they passed by. Even their pitch black devil couldn't compete, and although they were doing the same thing, Rosis-san's pace and orbit were about 1/3 of what a human could achieve. I wonder if Loudmouth aka Lambert Rygrades riding Miss Rosis is okay? But this undoubtedly made Loudmouth even more of a prospect for attention. He's probably fainted though. No, he'd definitely faint with that. But thanks to that, damage on our side was minimized. Minimized doesn't mean none. There were still casualties. Not long after that, all enemy craft outside were shot down and the artillery fell silent. Good work, mercenaries. Leave the rest to us. Following Grand Marshal Excellency Erect Rundiver's order, the capture troops infiltrated the hideout. Now we just have to capture or shoot down any guys escaping the hideout. If there are none, we can just relax until the capture operation ends. I took out the coffee in a paper box I'd stashed and the paper book I just bought. Digital books on multi-purpose terminals aren't bad for not taking up space, but for some reason I prefer paper ones. At that time, I got a transmission from Miss Rosis. Figuring it'll be nonsense but I'll hear her out anyway. Hello? How may I help you? Miss Rosis then appeared on screen with a grim expression. Captain Uzoss. I have unfortunate news. I've found my destiny. Yup, it was nonsense as expected, but since I anticipated this, Lord Albert Circlewood or Grand Marshal Excellency Erect Rundiver, I replied, to which, that's right. How could there be not just one but two such wonderful, charming men here beyond you? I can only belong to one of those two now. You should have switched over to me sooner. How regrettable. She spat out bitchy lines with a beaming face. I knew she'd have said the same thing if I did switch over. Declining was definitely the right call. Hey, who do you think I should pick? Partner in combat with Lord Albert or absolute protection for Lord Erect? What do you think? But I just left the babbling Rossis as is and started reading a light novel. Figured this was best since she'll likely go on. Now to just wait for the capture troops to finish up. Makes sense. Miss Fialka would ask about Loudmouth after the great piloting demonstration from Lord Circlewood, but choosing based purely on looks and status seems precisely like Miss Rossis. Even super weapons are into handsome guys. Chapter 10. Straight to the point. Won't you switch to my side? Right after Miss Rossis said, "Now I'm off to obtain my new crew member," and cut the transmission. This time I got one from Miss Leopardess. Luckily this line is for communications from other mercenaries or the command structure, able to switch between open for all, individual that anyone can interrupt, and encrypted individual that can't be interrupted. Looks like you survived somehow. Lend me some of your time. She looks angry for some reason. Don't recall getting in her way during combat though. Well, she's always angry at me, so no different from normal I guess. What business do you have? Could we switch to an encrypted line? Since she looked serious despite her expression, I switched over to encrypted. So what business do you have? Hey, do you know what that yellowish green helmeted one is? Miss Leopardess asked that seriously. Oh, you mean Lambert? More precisely it's Miss Rossis, but I give the name of Lambert who should be registered as a mercenary since I can't talk about her. You know him? Hearing my reply, Miss Fialkan unconsciously raised her voice. Just that I happened to run into him on his first battle and learned his name. Yeah, I'm not close with Lambert, I haven't even talked to him. I just know Miss Rossis, so he's a complete newbie? Well, yes I suppose so. What were his results like? I heard he actually didn't shoot anything down on his first battle. You can tell from the combat record. But Lambert drew over a dozen enemy ships and secured a safety margin for allies, though the actual circumstances seem to be that because Lambert lost control of his bladder, Miss Rossis desperately had the equipped cleaning droids focus on cleaning so she couldn't attack. Considering his results this time, with skill like that it wouldn't be strange for him to immediately become bishop rank after waiving the exam. Miss Fialka started seriously pondering. It's understandable. Anyone would be interested in learning about someone with such inhumanly impossible maneuvers who achieved outrageous results. But well, he's not human. Miss Leopardess, pondering like that, suddenly spoke to me. Hey, aren't you frustrated? I wouldn't be envious of someone pulling off such inhuman movements. I'd die trying to mimic that. Well, that may be true but honestly, Miss Rossis is on a different dimension. Miss Fialka seems to understand that as well, but you could still be overtaken by your junior. Isn't that vexing? I don't particularly think so. I've got no plans to rise to bishop rank. In response to Fialka's question, I answered as usual. Why are you so lazy? Don't you want to show off your abilities to the people around you a little? As always, Fialka got furious and yelled at me. From the perspective of someone as serious as a block of concrete, people like me must be unbearable. But I also have my reasons for not wanting to go to the bishop class. It's just going to be a hassle. Besides, I don't think it's a good idea to show off my abilities. Hearing my usual response, Miss Leopardess turned bright red with anger. Then, "That's enough," she said, cutting the line. To someone earnest like her I probably look like a man with no ambition. But I've got my reasons for it. If talking to me is unpleasant, she should avoid conversing more than the bare minimum. Come to think of it, I wonder if she asked about Lambert because she wants to team up and work together? Well, I think Miss Leopardess would be plenty favored by Miss Rossis, so it should be fine. More than that, back to the light novel section. Sighed Fialka Tarasat. After cutting transmission with that man, I unconsciously pressed my brow. To think that yellowish-green helmeted one was still a newbie. I was sure he had transferred from another branch and was nearing queen rank below king, and that man didn't seem flustered at all, calm as ever, despite such an outstanding newbie appearing. It shouldn't matter to me if he's overtaken by his junior, yet why do I care about a guy like him? Miss, I have prepared your meal. While arranging the sandwich, coffee, and salad on the table, Sherry spoke to me. I did use stamina in combat, and I'm a little hungry, but I'm too preoccupied wondering why that guy acts like he does to eat. I believe it best if you partake sooner than later. You tend to eat little usually, but Sherry, noticing that, told me to eat. It sounds like a suggestion, but I understand from our long relationship since childhood she's instructing me to eat. She'll surely nag if I don't eat. Very well. I'll partake. Sherry's specialty roast beef sandwich was delicious as always. And while eating, were you able to obtain any information from Mr. Uzoss? That renowned, yellowish-green helmeted one, is a nut newbie, and it seems he just happened to be with the guy on his first battle. My. What about you? From footage of that craft, I tried searching manufacturers while inferring its form and specs, but there were no matches. Similar forms existed, but Sherry and I had divided up investigating information on that greatly active, yellowish-green helmeted one. We reported our results to each other. The craft and its pilot are quite the mysteries. A complete newbie achieving such results. And I heard he drew dozens without a scratch on his first battle. He's incredible. This Mr. Lambert trigrades. Despite such an outstanding junior appearing, that guy doesn't seem rushed at all. Even though he might be overtaken in rank by his junior, it irritates me he's not perturbed in the slightest. But I'm also very interested in why he doesn't care at all. At this rate, even if I beat him or his junior overtakes him, he doesn't care whatsoever, so I won't get any sense of accomplishment. While racking my brains over this, Miss, do you want to defeat Mr. Uzoss, or do you dislike Mr. Uzoss being made light of? Sherry said something outrageous. Obviously I want to defeat him. I strongly argued against Sherry's words. Then shouldn't Mr. Uzoss's reputation not matter? I stumbled over my words in response to Sherry's observation. For me, it should be enough to just defeat that coward, so why did I feel bothered by such things? Just thinking about it made me feel frustrated. Well, in a different sense, they're definitely better than those guys who incurred the wrath of the young lady. Seeing that I couldn't argue, Sherry changed the subject. Section side, small combat ship WVS-09 Rosis. I'm lucky. 2 suitable candidates for me to carry have appeared at the same time. One is a top-class mercenary, the other is the captain of the Imperial Guards and a general. Either way, there's no shortage. The guy who's currently on me, the guy who fainted and wet himself, is in a different league. Now, who should I call out to? All right, I'll go with the mercenary guy. After all, I'm a combat ship. My true worth is on the battlefield. For me, things like checking the opponent's number or silencing security are easier than child's play. And the man who came out after a few calls was Alberto Circlewood, a handsome guy with black hair and deep purple eyes, looking tough and sharp. The incontinent fainter who is riding with me now is just as good looking. Nice to meet you. I am the small combat ship WVS-09 Rosis. Is that your ship, the Diabolos, and are you Captain Alberto Circlewood? What do you want? Alberto Circlewood looked at me in surprise, and so I immediately got to the point. Let me be straightforward. Won't you switch to me? What? I am the small combat ship WVS-09 Rosis. I am an autonomous super weapon with a will, excavated from the ruins of an ancient civilization, as you call it. It seems that the combat ship you are currently using was modeled after us, the Wagner Valkyria sisters, but it doesn't even come close to me. That should have been proven just now. Upon hearing that, Alberto Circlewood raised an eyebrow. But what I'm currently carrying is nothing compared to you, and I can't fully utilize my capabilities, but you can. I believe you can fully unleash my potential. I see. Alberto Circlewood stared at me with a serious expression. He's fallen for it. Shall we prepare to eject Lambert Triglass out of the ship? Do you understand? Then let's get to. I don't need it, huh? I doubted my microphone. What's going on now? Why is the guy over there looking so upset? I have this Diabolos. I don't need a bitch like you. Alberto Circlewood said that and cut off the communication. I was dumbfounded for a moment, but I immediately felt anger welling up within me. Who is that pitch black guy? I'm an autonomous ancient weapon, you know? There's no ship in this era that can beat me. These misunderstood, fainting, and incontinent guys, and even that creepy otaku. There are no decent mercenaries at all. As I thought, The one who is suitable for me is General Galactic Rundiver. If he were truly outstanding, he would understand my value. Indeed, General Rundiver would be the most suitable for me. If someone truly outstanding were on board my ship, they would undoubtedly understand my value. I immediately checked the personal number, and there were various security measures in place. But for me, this era's security is nothing. I received a simple pass as if I were being pampered. After a few more notification sounds, a handsome young man with blonde hair and sharp, aquamarine eyes appeared. "Nice to meet you. I am the small combat ship WVS-09 Rosis. Is that you, Grand Marshal Galactic Rundiver?" When I sent this with a smile on my face, General Galactic Rundiver lightly smiled in response, and, obtaining my personal number, which only my family, friends, and a few trusted individuals know, and even keeping the prepared security intact, a beautiful woman was the one to initiate the first contact with me. Honestly, it's surprising. I delivered the line, fully realizing my excellence. "It's an honor." "What's the matter? What do you want from me?" With a smile on her face, she threw a question at me. So, I straightforwardly stated my purpose because negotiations often come with tricks, and being straightforward can be refreshing. "Let me be straightforward. Won't you switch to me?" "I am the small combat ship WVS-09 Rosis. I am an autonomous super weapon with a will, excavated from the ruins of an ancient civilization, as you call it. Even if all the combat ships and battleships you're using now were combined, not a single scratch would be left on me. Choosing to ride me won't be a loss for you. Right now, I have a human on board for refueling and docking, but this person is not suitable for me, so I'll eject them soon for your peace of mind." Upon hearing my presentation, Galactic Rundiver closed his eyes and began to contemplate various things. After a while, when he opened his eyes, "I see." "Certainly, if it's a combat ship created by an ancient super civilization, it's safe to say that my safety will be guaranteed." He smiled with an understanding expression. "See, the person who truly deserves me will understand my value. Then, shall we dock your ship with mine? However, I have no intention of accepting that offer." "Huh?" Once again, I doubted my microphone. First, I simply can't believe it. Even after searching for hundreds of years and not yet being discovered, saying there's a super weapon with a will from an ancient civilization is either a scam or a joke. Second, even if you were indeed a genuine super weapon, you mentioned ejecting the person currently on board. While you might have put them on board, if they don't meet your ideal, you could potentially eject them. Furthermore, since you have a personality and can override the high-ranking person on board, even if I put the person I'm trying to protect on board, they could be thrown out at your whim. Galactic Rundiver let out a small sigh. "Therefore, I have no need for you." Let's be generous with the mercenary compensation. "Well then, goodbye." "We're still in the middle of the operation." He cut off the communication with a sigh. I froze at the sudden turn of events. What's this all about? What's this about? What's this about? What's this about? Is he an idiot? Doesn't he understand how excellent I am? There doesn't have to be a man, right? A female duo is also an option. Oh, maybe I can educate a young, beautiful boy according to my preferences. Even if I look for someone like that, I'll need humans for refueling. There's no helping it. I'll have to carry them a little longer. I looked at the still unconscious, incontinent man with bewilderment. Since the team had entered, fortunately, there were no deserters, and everything was surprisingly peaceful. The light novel I bought turned out to be good, and I didn't even get approached by Hiro-kun. Well, I did get approached by Lady Leopard. Even the people around seemed relaxed, to the extent that some of them were casually doing minor repairs. Except for one person, or one machine, who had failed to recruit and was complaining, and then suddenly burst into creepy laughter. "Rosis-san." And then, about 64 minutes after the team had entered, "We have completed the complete control of the facility." The report of the mission's completion came in, and the operation to annihilate the Kaida's pirate group had ended safely. Of course, it wasn't an immediate disbandment. We would listen to General Rundiver's praise of his allies before finally disbanding. Even though it was customary for military work, General Rundiver seemed somewhat fed up with it. "Well done. Chapter 11. Welcome. Wait. It's you again? The day after being drafted into the army. Maybe because I was tired, I didn't wake up until nearly noon again. So in order to carry out the plans for my interrupted day off the other day, I did a thorough cleaning and took out the trash before heading out. Last time I had fast food for lunch, but this time I went to a set meal restaurant. It's called Belly's Buddy, which makes me doubt the naming sense of whoever came up with it, but it's said to serve delicious food. Their most popular item on the menu is their 3 kinds of fried chicken set, 1,080 credits, which comes with rice, miso soup, pickles, shredded cabbage, fried young chicken, dragon chicken, and chicken tempura. I got the meat and veggie stir-fry set, 680 credits, this time. After finishing that meal, I decided to head to the underground shopping district I had planned to go to last time off. It is an ominous name, but it's a proper shopping district. Apparently about 5 generations ago, the shopping district chairman thought a normal name would be boring and not attract shops or customers, so he made the name and appearance of the entire district shady. As a result, it got an attraction-like appeal, doubling the number of shops and customers. Now it had expanded in scale, crammed full of shops selling not just food and clothes, but also home appliances, junk parts, hobbies, used books, adult goods, weapons, ammunition, pharmaceuticals, aircars, combat boats, spaceships, and military surplus. It probably grew this big thanks to the existence of some die-hard fans. Guys walking around wearing hoods, carrying swords, wrapped in bandages, and wearing eye patches could be seen here and there. I was headed to a certain shop located in a corner of that underground shopping district. It was a shop befitting the underground market, with ivy covering one whole wall. The woody, earthy, grassy smell filled the interior, and bagged pill-like items were lined up on the counter. Behind the counter was a woman who looked around late 20s to early 30s, an extinguished cigarette in her mouth, reading a newspaper. Yellowish skin, right blue eye and left green eye, wearing glasses, and long deep crimson hair tied around her neck reaching her back. When she notices me, she directs a listless-looking expression my way. But welcome. Wait. It's you again? Seeing who I was, she immediately returns her gaze to the newspaper. As free as ever I see. The old geezers only come for their meds around noon. This one's Gonzales Patterson, one of the few friends I got to know after starting high school in my second year. Of course a guy, but despite the mature Nissan appearance before me now, during college he got into an accident and to save his life, only his brain was cyberized and put into an android body. And since there were no male model androids at the time, he was reluctantly put into a female model. After that, his original body completely healed through clone regeneration therapy, but he still uses the android since he apparently can't afford the treatment costs along with the transfer surgery fees. By the way, despite the exterior matching the shopping district concept, this is a proper licensed pharmacy, and he's a legit pharmacist. He prepares prescriptions for nearby hospitals and ones brought in. So what brings you today? Came to hear some rumors and to restock on throat lozenges. 3 bags each of tortoise shell, peppermint, and cinnamon please. And a bag of cider too. I still love the old-fashioned way of doing things. While Patterson gathered the candies from the counter into one bag as ordered, I handed over cash that was clearly far more than the cost of 10 bags of candy. How about their rumors? These rumors were the main reason I came to this shop. While the underground shopping district was a proper one, the shady atmosphere let truly suspicious characters easily blend in. He's just an information broker on top of running a proper pharmacy, but there were probably guys doing really dangerous stuff mixed in too. I definitely don't want to get involved, but anyway, for now it's rumors. Let's see. You know about the gate toll thing? The toll reduction movement at the Daraka Star Zone gates. It was a demonstration going on recently started by the colonial planets of the Daraka Star Zone. Gates are spatial wormholes called quantum singularities existing in outer space, allowing near-instant travel over vast distances through them, the so-called wormhole-type transportation vital to supporting logistics. In the past, Before I was born, the tolls were extremely expensive for anyone besides nobles, but with the previous emperors it hinders economic growth. They became reasonably priced for anyone. However, when the current empress succeeded, people started insisting they be made even cheaper. Yeah, that for some reason the demands are escalating more and more supposedly. Then wouldn't that normally become news? Supposedly they made some utterly stupid demand, that the empress do a dogezo apology broadcasted live throughout the galaxy when lowering the tolls. What's with that retarded demand? Clearly only an idiot or malicious monster complainant would say that. Rumor is it's nobles who dislike the current, Amelia Franadovels, pulling the strings. But with just that, it seems like it would still make the news. They're keeping it secret so as not to increase sympathizers, and because some nobles furious about it are secretly gathering forces supposedly, to gather forces without letting it be known. The current 38th Empress Amelia Franadovels is said to be a wise ruler working hard to eliminate disparities between imperial and colonial territories. As such, she's popular among the masses in both the empire and colonies, especially some young nobles. However, among the old nobles there are supposedly those who look down on the young woman, ignoring her orders, trying to make her their lover to seize power, or even thinking to replace her as empress themselves. This demonstration is also rumored to be a plot by those anti-empress factions. In other words, it's sabotage by the anti-empress factions, and the pro-empress factions are keeping it secret to crush it. Getting close is sure to drag you into trouble. Better not get close. I'll stay away. That's about all there. Rumors, I think you'd like. As Patterson said that, he removed his unnecessary glasses and started wiping the lenses. Since he also wore glasses when he had his original body like me, he feels uneasy without them even now. I could also get vision correction or cybernetic eyes if I wanted, but it's a pain, so I stick with glasses. Reserving treatment might get jacked by nobles cutting in line too. Alright, if you come across something again, let me know. Yeah, I'll contact you when that happens. My friend's smiling face in response was completely different, but for some reason, it felt just like the old days from our student days. By the way, are you going back to your original body? You must have saved up quite a bit of money. So, I asked what had been on my mind. As a mercenary, I wouldn't be able to make a lot of money at once, but for a pharmacist turned information broker, it should be quite profitable. He had been paying for the storage fees for his original body, so he should be able to easily afford the medical expenses and the replacement surgery. You actually keep your android body pretty clean. Well, you can easily sterilize and clean this whole body. Androids and people with full body prosthetics could sterilize and clean their entire bodies powerfully. Perhaps for that reason, most of the people working in hospitals, such as doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and receptionists, were androids or people with full body prosthetics. With this, there was no risk of being infected by viruses, and when leaving the hospital, there was no risk of carrying viruses with them. And then, in a whispered voice, Patson said something outrageous while covering his face with a newspaper. Then, hiding behind his newspaper, he casually said something outrageous. That's why I bought a dedicated sterile cleaning capsule. I was at a loss for words for a moment. Weren't even the smallest ones like 800 million credits? The maintenance and cleaning fluids must cost quite a bit too, right? While a hospital might have demand, it's not something an individual pharmacy buys. I need to get in before preparing medicine. A bath is good enough. Of course costs disappear. This guy definitely likes his current body so much he's clearly wasting money to create an excuse about costs to prolong swapping back, right? Well, I understand why. He had appearance complexes as a student, so he must be happy with his looks now, but then he should hurry up and change his name at least. With that beauty's appearance, calling him Gonzalez is just too hard. Chapter 12. Bro. This time it's 2 o'clock. 20 degrees down. Distance 500. The Adventurers Guild I came to hoping for work was fully booked again today. And as usual, the line for the hot receptionist is a long snake. So I head to Old Man Roan's counter where there's never anyone lined up. Yo. Oh, you enjoy your day off? Here and there I guess. I can faintly hear the din over there in the background. With that as BGM, Old Man Rones and I have our daily work consultation. By the way, it's not just my imagination that gate-related requests have strangely increased, right? Checking the bulletin board, most were gate-related requests. An abnormal situation. Yeah. See, the demonstration I told you about. Thanks to that, requests have been flooding in from gate management branches all over. They've been asking our branches everywhere to spread them around. Old Man Roan sighed, holding his head, and the top priority is security. Starting with places where demonstrations are happening. I'll pass. I reject it outright, cutting off Old Man Roan's words. Figured. My response was within Old Man Roan's expectations. It seems, I'll take this one. So I boldly hand over the request I picked for myself. Security during replacement of the deteriorating gate stabilizers at the Saddle Star Zone gates furthest from that place. Well, you'd pick that request. Old Man Roan starts the paperwork with a resigned expression. By the way, there are also points for the receptionist side when adventurers take and complete jobs, becoming material for judging their promotions and raises. I heard some ill-natured receptionists deliberately process difficult quests, forcibly sending adventurers to them to earn points for themselves. Old Man Roans boasts he absolutely never does that, so when Old Man Roans isn't around, I don't take requests, and if I do take them, it's only ones Old Man Roans has stamped his seal of approval on. None so far though. With the paperwork finished, I leave the lobby with the reception desk behind, immediately boarding my ship at the dock, and head to the gate for transport to the Saddle Star Zone. Gates are circular in their natural state but fluctuate unstably in shape. So stabilizers are used to stabilize them, with the petal-shaped stabilizers arranged in a pattern earning them the alternate name, sunflowers. Beside them there is always a cylindrical colony for management, directing the order of entry into the gates from there. The toll for this job was covered by the client. With round-trip tickets prepared, entry order was first come first serve. Of course nobles might cut in line, but this time I had no issues, smoothly making the transfer. Incidentally, my workplace is a different gate than the one I used to come here. And the job details are like this. Work details: guarding during replacement of wormhole stabilizer platforms. Work period: 48 hours in Galactic Standard Time. 8-hour shifts in 3 rotations, 16 hours of standby break. Work environment: free use of accommodations in the management colony. Capsule hotel style, free meals provided. Spaceship fuel provision. Work conditions: must bring own spaceship. Repair costs for any damage to brought spaceship paid out of pocket. Must respond and sortie even during standby break in emergencies. Due to above, cannot leave colony during standby break. Compensation: 240,000 credits, fixed. Frankly, it's plain with a questionable balance between frugal and generous. Also, if you get the last shift of the 3 rotations, you have a whole 16 hours of free time. Well, the pay is low for 48 hours of confinement. You can't leave the management colony during standby break, so it's bound to be boring. Of course, besides me there were over 40 other adventurers who had accepted this job from various places. If it was a protagonist type, they'd probably, "No way I'm doing such a plain job. This isn't work an adventurer should do." Say crap like that, break their contract, and arbitrarily go pirate hunting or something. Then that causes some incident and cleanup falls to us mob characters. That's the standard pattern. But you got to understand, it's because 999 plain jobs exist that one flashy job can be supported. Not that they'd understand if I said all that, probably. Anyway, after getting briefed we luckily got the first shift. But even if it's guard duty, at a gate in the boonies connecting only rural areas, there's no way pirates would come. Instead, debris cleanup suddenly came up. The reason is this replacement is necessarily a rush job due to the facility's nature. Originally there are object barriers deployed around the stabilizers, but they can't be left active during the replacement. While the stabilizers and all ships including mine, colonies, etc. wouldn't be damaged by micro debris, apparently it's still safer to collect it. Additional collection ships were prepared for the wide range but suddenly became unavailable thanks to the demonstration, so they requested additional job orders from the guild while we were en route, it seems. Of course it was still an optional side job only for those with ships capable of assisting. Luckily my patchwork could handle it. So the first order of business was coating my ship in a special polymer and attaching debris collection containers under the ship. No need to mention the containers, but the polymer coating was to prevent damage to the ship hull from space dust while also collecting and adsorbing micro debris so it doesn't impact the stabilizers. Of course we don't coat places like the thrusters, check cameras, or around the cockpit windows. After finishing that task thoroughly, I could finally start the request for stable security and debris cleanup. Hey, now it's at 2 o'clock, descending 20 degrees, distance 500, got it. I maneuvered at an almost landing like ultra-low speed according to the man's instructions. In that location, there were large pieces of metal, probably part of the ship's hull, and small fragments drifting gently. Well, I'll go collect it, so please assist when it starts to drift. Understood. With that, the debris collector's man equipped with a propulsion nozzle on his spacesuit and a debris collection work style attached to the ship's lower body soloed out, jetted the nozzle, and approached the debris. Then, he slowed down and carefully collected tiny debris like screws and fragments while approaching the largest part of the ship's hull. Space dust seemed to be drifting gently, but in reality, it was moving at a considerable speed. Unlike ships and buildings I mentioned earlier, it could easily penetrate a spacesuit. So, careful attention was required for retrieval. It's hard to grab. Can I push it over there a bit? Aye, sir. I caught the tiny debris flowing in from the front with the ship's polymer-coated hull. All right, I got it. The man held onto a part of the ship's hull firmly, briefly blew the nozzle, and skillfully returned to the container. It had been 3 hours since we started this task, and it was going quite smoothly, and I was getting used to the work. Above all, I synced well with this debris collector. Of course, for the security aspect, I was making good use of my radar. With this setup, the 2 days until completion seemed like they would be an enjoyable work. If nothing happens to me, that is. Chapter 13. Could you lend me a ship? My 8-hour shift of guarding and assisting with debris removal ended, so after properly switching shifts I returned to the management colony. The first thing to do when getting back is peel off the polymer applied to the ship. They supposedly break down and melt the micro debris and anything else adsorbed to the polymer that can be reused as material. After getting it all off, I topped up the fuel and did a quick inspection of the ship before I could finally take a break. Then I headed to the capsule hotel-style accommodations in the colony. I could sleep on my ship but I figured I'd make use of what they provided. These lodging capsules have soundproofing, TV, climate control, communications, and can serve as escape pods, so they're widely used in colonies. Thankfully there seems to be bathing facilities too, so after securing a room, leaving my luggage, and locking up, I headed to the baths. Besides normal tubs and jet baths there's also saunas and onsen, but for busy people there's particle mist shower capsules that refresh you without even taking your clothes off. By the way, there's capsules with these particle showers built in for lodging, but I don't use them since I don't like bathing and sleeping in the same place. After refreshing myself at the baths, I went to the cafeteria for a meal and the selection and taste were both pretty good. Then after the meal, while absent-mindedly watching TV in a lounge area, a loud voice suddenly echoed. "That's bullshit. What part of this is an adventurer's work?" Adventurers are supposed to be killing pirates and rampaging on battlefields. It can't be helped. There's no battlefield work and the pirate subjugation requests we got were too high rank for us to take. Probably a raw rookie who just became an adventurer, and the archetypal one with a cute girl partner. And the girl's response means they're definitely the protagonist's side. There's about 500 to 600 adventurers in the YTTS branch I belong to, but his type probably stands out a lot there too. Though I've never seen him inside the branch building, so they must be a group from a different guild who came here, but I saw him during the briefing so we must have gotten the same shift. Anyway, I don't want to get involved with them, so I headed back to my room early. After locking up and putting on an eye mask, I set an alarm and started reading a light novel I brought, then somehow fell asleep before I knew it, probably because I wasn't used to the work. The next morning, or rather about 3 hours before the shift change, I woke up, finished breakfast, and was inspecting my ship at the dock when "Please, please, please, please." I heard a voice pleading about something but apparently being refused, getting abrasive responses like "No way," and "Don't mess with me." Before long, the voice grew closer. The one going around pleading turned out to be the girl from that pair making a racket in the lounge. Seeing me, she desperately called out, excuse me." What? "Can I borrow your ship? I plead you." "What's this girl saying?" "Bringing your own ship is mandatory for this job, and they properly participated with a ship for the first shift, right?" "I mean, asking to borrow a ship. You had a ship properly for the first shift, right?" "What happened?" Fijuk took it, saying he was going to go kill some pirates, see you, and left on it. "I see, so that's a breach of contract, big time. It was written in the contract. You must respond and sortie even during standby break in emergencies. Due to the above, leaving the colony during standby break is prohibited." "You didn't stop him? He left a note while I was sleeping." The girl makes a woeful expression. "Please lend me your ship so I can carry out my guard duties," and bows her head to me. "But since I need my ship for work too, I can't lend it out." It seems they didn't accept the debris collection job. "Can't do it. It's rare for an adventurer to lend their ship, and above all we've got the same shift, so no way." "At least task someone with a different shift." As I tell her that, the girl heads to what I guess is the break room, where the other shifts probably are, with drooping shoulders. And so the next shift began. Repeating coordinated work with the nice debris removal guys, I realized the debris count was gradually decreasing. It seems that girl wasn't able to borrow a ship and got thoroughly scolded by the gate management staff and her guild staff. Considering her partner's personality, maybe there was some monetary circumstance that led her to take this job even with that kind of guy. I think they should disband sooner rather than later. While I was thinking that, the end of shift time approached. At that moment, a communication came through the open channel. It was the first time, so I panicked a little. Since it could be pirates, I had the debris guys stop work. "This is guarding the Saddle Star Zone gate replacement work. State your ship name, area of approach, and reason for nearing the work zone." "This is the container ship Seed 1 of the Crystal Wind Planet Race Team." I wanted to get gate use permission and pay, but I didn't know replacement work was going on. The monitor showed a middle management type uncle. "Pretty sure notices went out a good while ago. Was busy with one thing after another. Didn't check for info, sorry." The middle management uncle deeply sighed with a tired expression. "I wanna get to Planet Dapen soon too. Incidentally, Planet Dapen is the destination of the gate being replaced now. Gates are basically one way, so while there was a direct route from Planet 8 to the Saddle Star Zone, you had to transfer 3 times on the way back. Round-trip tickets accommodate that, of course, but the Crystal Wind Planet Race Team, if possible I'd rather not get involved with this planet race team, because one of the other 2 survivors of the incident I got dragged into with Law next is a pilot on this team. Her name's Schooner Noswile. Navy blue hair, ponytail when she was a student but went short after graduating. Likely tall at 180 centimeters with a great figure, super popular with girls more than guys since her student days. The so-called handsome beauty. Called the prince of the planet race scene for dominating numerous top races despite her tall height said to be disadvantageous for pilots. She and Burnext became overnight sensations after the incident, constantly hounded by the media as the handsome duo, but I continued my normal everyday life as always. I only spoke to her for a short time after the battle in that incident. Afterwards we were in different classes so we didn't interact. So while I don't feel irritated seeing her like with Burnext, I somehow can't easily approach her since she became a celebrity. If someone as plain as me tried talking to her, the super popular male-female ace pilot, her fans would absolutely not allow it even if she wouldn't mind. By the way, Planet races are battles with interference allowed, raced within the atmosphere of uninhabited or low population, under 1 billion, habitable planets. There are conventional lap time races competing on set number of laps, and so-called endurance races competing on set durations, both popular. Anyway, we can't have them approaching the work zone and causing accidents or getting caught up in one. Please contact the management colony for now and decide what to do after going there. It's dangerous to approach the work zone. I decided to contact the management colony and let them take over. When I did, the colony staff were quite surprised at the appearance of the famous racing team, but such things apparently happen often during normal maintenance too. Well, maintenance only takes up to 2 hours I hear, but the replacement work still has over 16 hours to go. I hope they can take a detour if one exists that's faster. Chapter 14. Would you consider joining my team as staff? After contacting the management colony, I immediately returned to work, so I don't know what discussion took place, but they apparently ended up staying at the management colony. Seems the detours take more time. Eventually work ended and I returned to the colony too. Of course the colony was quite excited. After all, one of the most popular racing teams in the Empire was there. That's because besides Skun and Oswald, the team pilots are made up of handsome men and beauties. Of course they have the skill to match their looks. No wonder they're popular. Well, I have no interest or desire to interact with them, so I promptly went to the bath, had a meal, then returned to my room. As I tried to head back to my room, yelling echoed from the management office. The hell? Why do we have to work unpaid, pay for lodging, food and drink, fuel, and even return the tickets back? You broke the prohibition on leaving the colony during standby rest, and didn't perform the guard duties for the second shift. In other words, you abandoned your duties, so this is only natural. And we didn't impose fines in consideration of the girl you left behind, so think of it as a favor. It seems that arrogant guy came back and is already getting scolded. Well, I don't see a hint of reflection on him at all. Fino was there. She could do the guarding. Fino must be the name of the girl abandoned. Because you took the ship, she couldn't perform the guard duties. She tried to borrow a ship from people on break to somehow carry out the work, but it seems nobody would lend her one. Huh? Then it's the fault of the guys who didn't lend her one. I needed the ship to blow off steam, and I properly killed some pathetic pirates while I was at it. Hey. That arrogant guy is spewing some outrageous theories. And there was no emergency or anything, so no problem, right? Guard duty is about being there even if nothing happens. The arrogant guy doesn't seem convinced, but the staff here and on the monitor from the guild are relentlessly scolding him. After all, the only things they're saying are plain common sense. The arrogant guy has only himself to blame. But then, surprising words came up. Screw this. I'm a Viscount's son. It seems the arrogant guy is an imperial noble, and tried to shield himself with that. Could that Fino girl be a servant by any chance? Unfortunately that holds no sway here. When you contract with us as an adventurer, we have you cut ties with your family after all. But the guild staff coldly severed that shield. Even though I'm a Viscount's son, the arrogant guy still doesn't seem convinced, letting out resentful murmurs. Then another voice could be heard. Nobles are so worthless, taking no responsibility whatsoever despite causing problems themselves. It was another survivor of that incident I'd rather not see. The ace pilot of the Crystal Wind Planet race team, Miss Schooner Noswile. It's been a while. Uzoss. Yes, it has been a while. Ms. Noswile. Navy blue, short hair, and likely tall at 180 centimeters. A well-ordered face with a masculine aura despite feminine body lines. 80% of her massive fan club are female fans, with popularity exceeding any 2-bit idol. Clearly someone living in a separate dimension from me, and from her. Words came that made me seriously wonder if it was some kind of prank or harassment. Got some time to talk? I seriously thought it was some kind of a surprise or harassment. After that, Ms. Noswile and I headed to the garden outside the building. Some parts outside the building had trees, turf, fountains, and such set up as relaxation spaces. There were people napping or female staff chatting. When we reached a bench in the corner, She stopped, so I unconsciously called out, "So what business did you have?" In response to my question, "Why the formal speech?" She shot back a question, but there's only one answer to that question. For my personal safety. If I spoke casually to you, your fans might kill me. Please don't mind it, it's a habit. So your business is? She seemed a little unconvinced but began telling me her business. In your third year of high school, your dad quit his salaryman job and started farming. He used up all your savings and took out loans for the startup funds, so you couldn't pay the exam and tuition fees for college, right? So you became an adventurer? Yes, that's right. Something wrong? Your dad didn't really quit his job, right? His aristocratic boss pinned the blame on your dad, right? And on top of that, you have debts. Am I wrong? I let out a sigh. Well, it's easy to figure out with a little research, and even without researching, it's easy to deduce. But the real question is why she looked into this matter. Even if that's true, it's been good for my dad. He used to look really worn out before he quit. Now he's back in our hometown, living a healthy life. Indeed, my dad had a pretty strained expression before he quit his job, but after he was fired and returned to our hometown, he had a peaceful expression, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. I can't say I'm not regretful at all, but it's too late now. The debt is almost paid off, including the interest. The financial institution is reputable, so there's no problem. Above all, my parents seem happier now compared to their salaryman days. What about you? Couldn't you go to university and had to choose the life of a mercenary risking your life? She kept asking me pointed, provocative questions. So I tried a little counterattack. I think of it as my calling now. I don't have to worry about troublesome human relations, and my results are evaluated fairly. How about you? Races are fun, but I hate receptions and parties. The sons of those stupid-looking nobles always gather around. Is that where race interference comes into play? Yeah, it's something like that. She answered my question with a resigned smile. Since my counterattack seemed to have some effect, I decided to press further. So, what's the main topic? She looked directly at me and said firmly, "Would you like to join my team as a staff member?" I was perplexed, but my answer was already decided. If I were to join her team because of her invitation, I would be targeted and harassed not only by the entire team but also by all the fans, and in some cases, I might even be killed. There might be some fans of hers among the mercenaries, so it was more realistic this way. Or perhaps it was part of an image strategy, like saying, "We don't discriminate based on looks, even though we have only handsome members." It could be that the management team thought of recruiting someone like me for such a strategy, not necessarily at her request. Regardless of the reason, it was a bold move to invite me, and I would definitely decline. But I thought it was okay to ask why they invited me. Your team probably has many excellent staff members, right? So why invite me to the team? I could handle basic maintenance and inspections on my own ship, and even some minor modifications. But there was no way I could handle the delicate maintenance and inspections of the fragile ships that raced at high speeds in harsh environments. However, her response was surprising. What I want is your quick and accurate judgment of situations. With that ability, you can make precise judgments in various situations, right? I had a safety margin in place, but I didn't necessarily have confidence in such things. I didn't mind being appreciated, but I didn't belong in her world. That's a grateful offer, but I'll have to decline. I'm not suited for that glamorous world, even if I'm just behind the scenes. I see. That's too bad. She smiled sadly in response to my answer and said, "But if you can, please think about it." With that, she walked towards the building. I didn't have any disputes with her like I did with the guy from Burn Next, so I felt a bit sorry, but I still had the right to decline. Now, let's go back to my room and get some sleep. Chapter 15. Planet races have interference. It's not without combat. Besides, I have experience in real battles. After a nap, breakfast, finishing maintenance and fueling my ship, and cleaning the interior, the emergency alarm blared. Emergency alert, emergency alert, unidentified fleet currently approaching. Judged as pirates due to refusing ship code confirmation. Combat personnel immediately prepare to sortie. Non-combat personnel evacuate then prepare to escape. I repeat, huh? Why here at such a rural gate? And while replacement work is going on, no ships worth money are even here. Anyway, I interrupted cleaning and launched my ship to get into intercept formation. When all the adventurer ships that were participating came out, I could confirm the appearance of the enemy fleet. Roughly 100 ships large and small all told, with pirate flags bearing the mark of a scythe crossed behind a skull on the ships. That mark belongs to the Grim Reaper pirate gang if I remember right. They're quite vicious and tenacious, also famous. Why are guys like that here? Their territory should be much further out. While thinking about the reason, unbelievable muttering came through the open channel. TSK. Even though there were just 2 ships that could only run away, why are there so many weakling pirates? Hey, what did that arrogant guy just say? The Grim Reaper pirate gang, like the Citus pirates whose base was annihilated previously, are a massive-scale gang that even the military has to come out against. And their home base still hasn't been discovered. So the Adventurer Guild rules are to leave them be unless attacked or discovering a raid scene, report it, and if possible, tail them to find their base. And from the muttering, it seems he was chasing some scouts apparently. Well, they're all cowards anyway, so like the guys from yesterday, I'll turn them into pretty fireworks and dust in space, and it doesn't even sound like he disabled ships and bought them off the pirates. He probably blew out their engines with high-output lasers or something, causing huge explosions. Even in situations where that can be unavoidable, it probably wasn't the best judgment there. By the way, as for why he's still here, it seems the girl asked him to somehow handle the fuel, food, and lodging since she'd do all the remaining guard and debris cleanup shifts. That's what I heard at breakfast. From all that, it seems the Grim Reaper pirates came for revenge against the arrogant guy. He doesn't realize himself, but the others around seem to have understood, bombarding the arrogant guy with verbal abuse, soon devolving into mutual insults. I'd like to curse them out, but for now, I should ask the guild for assistance. Hello, Uncle Rones? Oh, it's you, Uzoss. Is this about the rescue in the Sardar sector gate? Uncle Rones responded with a smug expression. Yeah, that's it. But how did you know? Well, there happened to be someone from the Grim Reaper pirate gang who found them and reported it. I don't know who that person is, but the report includes sightings of the idiots who attacked. I don't know who that person is, but it's good news. So, how's it looking? Reports are coming in from sources other than you, and it seems that the military has also been requested, so it'll take about an hour. His response gave me a sense of the long-standing relationship we had, but our overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation couldn't be helped. It's tough. In some cases, I might have to use you as a sacrifice. Well, you just have to pull it off. To be honest, the possibility of that happening was low. Anyway, we had 1 hour until rescue arrived. We had to survive somehow. I wanted to fire a shot into that troublemaker's ship, but I couldn't because I felt sorry for his partner, the girl named Fino. That arrogant guy. You're not just stringing her along as partner, are you? If that's the case, it's seriously messed up. As I was thinking about such things, a communication suddenly came in. I wondered who it was and answered. Going out like this is a rarity. Nozael-san? The person on the other end of the communication was none other than Nozael, and she was wearing what seemed to be a dedicated orange pilot suit, sitting in what looked like a pilot's seat. Then she dropped a bombshell. I'm joining the fight too. For a moment, everything went white before my eyes. No, you're not a mercenary. So please don't go out. Planet races include interference, and there's no guarantee there won't be combat. Besides, I already have experience with real combat, but you must have some blank, right? The civilians who were involved only engage in combat for their own protection, based on their own judgment. There's no problem with that. She probably wouldn't listen to me say this, and more importantly, her combat ship was the latest model from the Triosquita company, the Storm Zero. In terms of firepower, speed, defense, and maneuverability, it far surpassed my patchwork. And with her piloting skills combined, most people wouldn't stand a chance. While race ships are equipped for combat, they are likely intended for interception when attacked. But the real issue is that if she were injured or accidentally shot down, we mercenaries would undoubtedly be held responsible, and it would not end well for us with her fans throughout the Empire, or rather, the entire universe. So, I decided to confirm immediately. Did you inform your team members? If you all lose, we'll definitely be treated as spoils of war, so I'm okay with contributing to victory. The reason I'm the only one here is that the ships with intercepting equipment other than this one are undergoing maintenance. It's highly dubious whether that's true, but it's hard to pursue it further. Anyway, please don't do anything reckless. I really wanted to ask for that much for my own sake. Then, an open line communication came in, and a pirate spoke up. "We found you, you bastard. How dare you kill my subordinates?" The leader of the Grim Reaper pirate gang, who appeared on the screen, looked to be in his 40s and had the appearance of a classic space pirate, with a dress shirt, eye patch, beard covering his face, and a captain's hat. This appearance of an age-old space pirate is a story from 1,000 years ago, and the story of a planetary pirate that gave rise to this outfit is a myth. But perhaps by doing so, he wanted to leave an impression and obscure his identity. By the way, this leader is known as Blackbeard because of his appearance. In the face of this dangerous character, I fearlessly confronted him. "Hey, you lousy pirates, talks big. We'll wipe you and your subordinates out, and make you space trash." "Oh, come on. Don't say convenient things in the heat of the moment." "Damn it, newbie. This is because you brought in unnecessary trouble. Quit acting big, bastard. You're so cocky. We'll kill you." Of course the other adventurers angrily retort, getting thoroughly refuted. Seeing the situation, the pirate boss sneers, looking down on the arrogant guy. "I see. Some dumb newbie got cocky, huh? If you hand over that fool, we might let you go." Here the boss makes them an offer. Of course he has no intention of actually withdrawing. He probably wants to sell all their ships and pocket the cash. And the Empire's #1 handsome guys and beauties planet race team is here too. He'll either sell them off or make them his lovers, or maybe even enter them in races to skim off the prize money and other profits. The other adventurers surely understand this too. However, by all means, take him. No returns. Take responsibility yourself. Get his partner off the colony first. Enthusiastic voices to hand over the arrogant guy showered the pirates, and arrogant guy like solar winds. "You better reconsider your actions." Seeing that momentum, even the pirate boss advised him with a fed-up expression. "Shut up." "I won't take lip from small fry pirates." Sounding somewhat tearful but still charging recklessly at full throttle, the arrogant guy blew up several small ships and drones. "Don't screw with me. I'll teach you weaklings how frightening I am." With that signal, the battle finally began. Chapter 16. All personnel, evacuate towards the colony direction. 100+ mid-large combat ships of various sizes. Releasing the small ships and drones loaded on them would be like the massive swarms of locusts that occasionally occur on planets, but because of that, there was also a chance of winning. If you try to chase the ones like the arrogant guy who charged in, your allies get in the way, or shooting to clear them risks friendly fire. And the pirates don't have control on the level of the military. They also seem quite attached to their friends. If you don't move with those factors in mind, and so on. While I was thinking that, "I'm going ahead." Ms. Noswell rushed out. Why is she rushing out? Doesn't she realize she's popular? No. That's probably her combat style. Anyway, I should follow and back her up. But there was no need. Her movements were so amazing I could think that while not at Ms. Rosis's level of superhuman motion, she moved like their jet black devil. Her machine spun and rolled about, explosions accompanying its light trails, but she'd inevitably get surrounded before long. So I decided to go with the tactics I first considered. I approached a nearby mid-sized combat ship, took out one of its cannons, then while maintaining close range, I went around the mid-sized combat ship, taking out its cannons, gun turrets, and thrusters. Doing this, if others shoot at me they risk hitting their ally ship, and if small ships or drones attack, I intentionally get right next to the mid-sized combat ship to provoke fire, then barely evade so it hits the ally ship. I occasionally attack around it to bait attacks and make them hit their allies. The ship stuck to me has trouble taking evasive action since allies surround it, and even if fired upon, I just have to evade so it hits ships around it. So its attacks are bound to decrease, and them focusing attacks on me means openings happen. In other words, the ships around end up taking attacks from the other adventurers. I'm using the pirates' camaraderie against them. It's an extremely dirty tactic but necessary to somehow reduce their focus on attacking Ms. Noswile and survive. Meanwhile, Ms. Noswile steadily shot down enemies, even sinking large combat ships. As expected, her firepower vastly exceeds my old tub. With my ship's firepower, taking down large combat ships is hard. Of course the other adventurers were also smoothly reducing numbers, making use of methods to turn the enemy's great numbers against them. Only that arrogant guy kept attacking what seemed like the flagship super large combat ship, obstructed by small ships and drones each time. Well, it's nice he's drawing away the small ships and drones at least, but the enemy still greatly outnumbered us. No shutdowns on our side yet, but it feels like we're gradually getting pushed overall. Unpleasant. Running low on beam ammo and fuel too. That's probably true for all allies, but if we descend to resupply, we're likely to get broken through and have trouble getting back. Ms. Noswile, please fall back. You've contributed plenty already. I was battling with mid-sized combat ship after having Ms. Noswile take down the first, but they were responding somewhat so it was really annoying. At worst, I've got to at least ensure the civilians Ms. Noswile's group and the colony staff can escape. As I was thinking that, a broad transmission came to all us adventurers including Ms. Noswile. All personnel, evacuate towards the colony direction. A man who looked to be in his mid-30s with a strong will appeared on a monitor, prompting us to retreat. Understanding they were reinforcements, everyone began retreating the next moment. Everyone except the arrogant guy shouting, "Don't order me around!" And the instant everyone besides the arrogant guy pulled back, a rain of beams poured at the pirates from above and left. A so-called crossfire. This rain was the Imperial fleet and assembled adventurer units. I don't know the exact number but there's definitely a considerable force. In one volley, half of the remaining pirate ships were heavily damaged or destroyed, completely reversing the tide. Then the handsome man from earlier promptly called for the pirates to surrender over open channel. "This is Rear Admiral Salamas Thunchilder of the 7th Imperial Fleet. I tell the Grim Reaper pirates this: if you surrender, cut your engines and store your drones and small ships. If not carried out within 3 minutes, we will rain fire once more." The fleet that arrived must have been close by, but the 7th Fleet was especially unlucky for the pirates. This 7th Fleet commander, Rear Admiral Salamas Thunchilder, was from the Thunchilder Viscount family but had an unlucky upbringing as his mother was a commoner. However, he joined the military at 15 and built up achievements allowing him to rise to Rear Admiral in just 15 years. He's said to be unparalleled in the Imperial military for fleet command, tactics, strategy, and personnel training. His subordinates were all guys looked down on or hated by nobles, like commoners and washouts, but their ability is top class even in the Imperial military. It's said the previous Citus pirates and these Grim Reaper pirates moved and worked to avoid encountering the 7th Fleet. Frankly, if Ms. Rosis was here, she'd immediately try picking him up as a genuinely elite catch. And after the 3-minute warning, with the devil breathing down our necks like this, we've got no moves left. We surrender. Bastards. Disarm. We're the Grim Reaper pirates. Don't embarrass us. The Grim Reaper pirates surrendered. Phew. Somehow I survived again this time. Through the cockpit window I could see the pirates surrendering. If things had gone badly, no, if even a small gear had shifted, we could well have ended up like that. Thinking about that, I let out a sigh of relief once more, but I didn't know the Rear Admiral was called the Devil by pirates. Then a transmission came from Ms. Noswile. "Uzoss, you alive?" Ms. Noswile had quite a tired expression on the screen. "Well, I probably feel the same way. I'm alive, thanks to you shooting down enemy aircraft left and right." I forgot the honorifics and praised and thanked Nozail. From my perspective, I think you're the one who pulled the aggro, right? Even if that's the case, you're the one who actually shot them down. The number of enemy aircraft shot down is calculated based on whether they were actually destroyed. So, there's no doubt that she's the one who's been shooting them down. Now, shall we head back? We're running low on fuel. I actually wanted to explain until she was satisfied, but our fuel situation was getting dire, so I decided to prioritize that. Oh, right. I need to return while it's still moving. She had the same idea, and we both prioritized heading back immediately. Even if we ran out of gas, the military was right there, so they would probably come to our rescue. It's quite embarrassing if you're really stuck in the space but have enough fuel to reach the colony. So, with the use of thrust and inertia, we managed to successfully reach the colony, and the sense of accomplishment was quite satisfying. Oh, and that arrogant guy, Fiddy Cluttenden, narrowly avoided being hit by crossfire during the battle and ran out of fuel, so he was towed by the 7th Fleet's ship. And it turns out that the girl who had been tossed around on that ship during the battle, Miss Fino, wasn't on board. Well, wish I shot that damn ship from behind. Chapter 17. I'm no longer your servant. I asked your father, the Viscount, to let me resign as your attendant. The first thing to do when returning to the gate management colony is to refuel and restock ammunition, and check each of ship's section. If there is any damage at that time, judge whether you can fix it yourself or if it's better to put it in the dock. After that is the record submission to check the results of the battle. You won't get paid if you don't report properly, so it's good for a mercenary to submit a report. Fortunately, it seems that the 7th Fleet will take over the about 4 hours of guarding until the replacement work is completed, so I will try to relax after supplies, checks and submissions are done. That's what I thought, but there was an instruction from the Mercenary Guild that everyone should gather in the hall in the colony for the commendations for this battle. Not only the mercenaries who participated this time, but also the staff of the management colony, the mercenaries who came to the rescue, the people of Crystalwood who happened to be there, and the boss of the 7th Fleet with a few subordinates had gathered in the hall. As I sat in the chairs lined up, several people including the person in charge of the gate management went up on the platform and said, "Everyone, thank you for gathering today. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you who have worked hard against the sudden pirate attack." First, the person in charge of gate management thanked us. Then a middle-aged man in glasses and a suit came to the front. "Hello everyone, I'm Woolberly, the branch manager of the Mercenary Guild Kazakh branch. Special allowances will be paid by the entire Mercenary Guild for all of your work this time. Among them, special bonuses and letters of appreciation will be awarded to the person who was most active." The moment Guildmaster Woolberly said that, Fiddick stood up confidently. However, Guildmaster Woolberly announced, "Miss Schooner Noswile, please come forward." And when Miss Noswile went up on the platform, although you are not a mercenary, you went out and recorded the top number of shoot-downs. For your accomplishments, I will present you with a special bonus and letter of appreciation. Please accept them. Oh, thank you. Ms. Noswile looks a little awkward. Well, she probably didn't expect an outsider like her to be commended. As Ms. Noswile received the special bonus and letter of appreciation, thunderous applause rang out. However, there was someone who objected to this scene. "Hey, wait a minute. Isn't something wrong here? Why is she the ace?" Yes, it was Fiddick, the arrogant guy. He doesn't seem to accept that he wasn't the ace. Why do you think you're the ace? In contrast to Fiddick's irritation, Guildmaster Woolberly remained calm. "Because I got the most shoot-downs." As Fiddick insisted, Guildmaster Woolberly opened his PDA and announced Fiddick's shoot-downs. "Your shoot-downs were 89 unmanned machines and 57 small crafts, right?" Even in the military, shooting down 80 unmanned machines and 50 small crafts would make you an ace candidate. So he seems to be quite skilled. "See, I'm definitely the ace." Fiddick grinned smugly. On the other hand, Miss Schooner Noswile's shootdowns were 182 unmanned machines, 146 small crafts, 2 medium combat boats, and 4 large combat boats. More than double your unmanned machines and small crafts. On top of that, she also sank 2 medium combat boats and 4 large combat boats. She definitely has more shootdowns than you. However, the number of Ms. Noswile's shootdowns announced by Guildmaster Wilbley was on a completely different level. Liar. That's a lie. Fiddick denied that fact without pause. I'm afraid it's the truth. Recording devices only record facts. No, you rigged it somehow. Also, we know there will be questioning about you luring the pirate group here. I'm sure you know that too, right? That wasn't my fault. Faced with Guildmaster Wilbley's point, he could only shout back. Guildmaster Wilbley put away his PDA and turned his gaze to Fiddick. One of the limited rules of the Mercenary Guild is, if you discover large and vicious pirates, follow them to find their base instead of recklessly attacking them, unless you are attacked or encounter a raid scene. The Grim Reaper pirates fall under this. But you ignored this and attacked the Grim Reaper pirates. Claims that you were attacked or it was a raid scene won't work. The scout team that was tailing them recorded your actions. Guildmaster Wilbley ignored Fiddick's excuses and bluntly stated the facts. But we were able to destroy them. That's just hindsight. If you had lost, the lives of all the mercenaries, colony staff, and Crystalwood people who happened to be there would have been taken, along with this gate's stability board. By taking it apart, it can be sold to various places. More importantly, you abandoned your job of guarding and went pirate hunting even though there was a rule of not leaving the colony during standby breaks. For the above reasons, you will receive severe penalties. At Guildmaster Wilbley's words, Fiddick was grinding his teeth, but noticed his partner was silent, so he urged her to defend him. But, screw you, don't mess with me. Hey Fino, say something in my defense too. The cold gaze and words that came back were as if spitting him out. Why do I have to cover for you when it's unrelated to me? What did you say? You're my servant, aren't you? Fiddick stated it clearly. He probably wanted her to remember her status. I'm no longer your servant. I asked your father the Viscount to let me resign as your attendant. However, Miss Fino did not change her attitude and bluntly stated the facts in a very disrespectful manner. A servant rebelling against their master? To be precise, your father the Viscount is my master, not you. I've been telling him in detail about all your past conduct, so the Viscount graciously accepted my request. Even so, you're a mercenary too. You'll be penalized too, right? Cover for me. I'm not a mercenary anymore, so I don't have any such obligation, do I? In the first place, I didn't break any rules, huh? I partnered with you. In that case, you'll get penalties too, won't you? Trying to push all penalties onto Ms. Fino regardless, the mercenaries around them began to glare at Fiddick's words and actions. Especially the women. Just before that anger exploded, Guildmaster Wilbley cut into the conversation. That's true, but the only one getting penalties is you, you know. What? Everyone was confused by Guildmaster Wilbley's words. First of all, the one who left the colony in violation of regulations on their own discretion was you, and she was left behind, and by the time your next shift came around while you were looking for pirates, you couldn't perform guard duties without a spaceship. However, during the first shift, she was properly on the ship she's registered as the owner of. You probably made her the registrant so she would handle various troublesome procedures for you. So for her, it looked like her ship was stolen by someone who wasn't the owner, namely you who she was working with. Therefore, penalties were going to be imposed. So in order to carry out the guard duty she was contracted for, she went to ask mercenaries on different shifts to lend her a ship. Unfortunately though, she was not lent one. So she decided to voluntarily engage in debris removal work. Debris removal is nerve-wracking work. Dangerous work that requires going out into space in a spacesuit. The pay is 10,000 credits, twice that of the 5,000 credit guard duty. She performed this work without pay. Taking all that into consideration, the Mercenary Guild Kazakh branch judged that the penalties imposed on Ms. Fino were carried out. Guildmaster Wilbley turned his gaze to Ms. Fino and smiled lightly. On the other hand, you abandoned your workplace as you pleased, stole someone else's registered ship, though she's your colleague, and endangered a large number of people. You will certainly receive penalties. The moment Guildmaster Wilbley said that, Fiddick was restrained by guild staff. However, more than that, his anger was directed at Ms. Fino leaving him. Don't mess with me, Fino. What can you do without me? I was scouted by Crystalwood as a mechanic. Miss Fino moved to the Crystalwood team members. Her expression looked truly happy. Huh? Then I should be scouted first. With my skills, I'll definitely be a top racer. You're just an extra to me. Fiddick spouted some incomprehensible words again. But Miss Fino was the one scouted, not you, right? Then Ms. Noswile stood in front of Fiddick and said, sorry, but we Crystalwood don't need arrogant, inconsiderate people like you who can't work in a team. She spat out those words. Of course, Fiddick, who wouldn't accept this, invoked his father's title. Don't screw with me. I'm the Viscount's son. Yes, I received your father the Viscount's approval saying he is no longer one of us, so please ignore any dropping of my family name. But that was already invalid. No way, you're lying. That's a lie. For the first time, an expression of despair floated on Fiddick's face as he was dragged away by the staff. I deeply apologize. As I'm sure you all know, the military's 7th Fleet will take over the about 4 hours of guarding until the end of the replacement work, including debris removal. Please rest your bodies until the request is completed. Guildmaster Woolbley smiled as he wrapped up the situation. In any case, the eventful gate guarding job was drawing to a close like this. Chapter 18. You're not going to focus on that useless, huge, and erotic body of yours. Who's that Otaku mercenary? What is he? Or is he just a coward? I was hit by a wave of fatigue after the tumultuous commendations ended, so I headed to the lodging facility to take a nap for about 2 hours. By the way, Ms. Fino's actions and decisions were a storm of praise from everyone present. According to the guys from the same guild as Hiro-kun, I heard, he's skilled for a newbie, but a spoiled wild child common for arrogant nobles, seems to be Hiro-kun's evaluation. Thinking about it, Hiro-kun is still better than that troublesome guy Fiddick, since at least he doesn't treat unrelated strangers as his servants. I can't deny that the vector of annoyance is different though. Then, from a conversation room along the way, a familiar voice could be heard. Amazing, Miss Nosale. You truly are an amazing woman. Oh, thank you. In the conversation room, Hiro-kun was holding Nosale-san's hand, looking quite moved. It seems he had joined the reinforcements a moment ago. Nosale-san appeared somewhat taken aback, though. Come to think of it, could Hiro-kun and Nosale-san be potential conquest targets for Rossis-san? After all, they both seem to have the looks and skills for it. Anyway, I'll hurry past so I don't get caught if that familiar voice is heard. I arrived safely at the lodging facility, took a bath, and was about to take a nap when a guest came. Do you have a minute? That guest was Ms. Noswile, and like the first time, I headed to the garden outside the building. So, what can I do for you? I wanted to say thanks for covering me in various ways during the battle. You know, I don't need to ask the reason. If you got injured or accidentally shot down, everything would be blamed on us mercenaries, and ultimately you're my acquaintance, so it was for my sake. No matter how I spin it, it's an uncaring way to say it to her, but better than being misunderstood after making up excuses. Ahaha. Sorry, I guess I'm used to it. She seems to understand her influence and what kind of articles the media would write. Come to think of it, is it okay if I get the Mercenary Guild's special bonus and letter of appreciation? She anxiously asked about that. Her expression when she went up on stage back then was quite perplexed. Clearly, commending an unorganizational person was unusual, and she could well face hostility for stealing the limelight from them. That was probably instructions from your Crystalwood's noble sponsors or something. A professional planet tracer who just happened to get caught up in this shot down vicious space pirates at the real battlefield better than professional mercenaries. The promotional effect would be tremendous, and the Mercenary Guild wanted to show their generosity and encourage new membership. Well, the military or someone else may have ulterior motives, but I couldn't know. It's just speculation. But this was probably why the Mercenary Guild gave her the special bonus and letter of appreciation. Furthermore, with her being a celebrity and a beauty, there were no complaints other than from Fiddick the arrogant guy, whether by chance or by design. In any case, I guess this concludes the talk. Just as I thought that, she called out to me. Hey, Uzoss, you wouldn't Join our team, would you? That was about the recruitment offer from before, but knowing my thoughts, she immediately pulled it back. This is where she differs from Lawber next. Yes, unfortunately I can't. All mercenaries are selfish and carefree, but they're not as much a nuisance as that fidget guy. The mercenary guild is just right for me. Declining her again, she made a slightly lonely expression but immediately changed her expression. Then at least come watch my races if you can. Like the Grand Champion race. That's the really big race, right? The ticket scramble must be fierce. To be blunt, it's an ultra-platinum ticket. Reservations have probably already ended. She then got an incoming call on her PDA. Sorry, I forgot we have a strategy meeting for the next race. She hurriedly put away her PDA. Let's meet at the racetrack if you can get a ticket. See you. Well, if something comes up where I can go. Leaving behind polite greetings, I walked away from that place. Well, I probably won't meet her again anytime soon. She's in the skies, or rather, in the far reaches of the galaxy, after all. After finishing my conversation with Nozail, as I was about to return to the accommodation facility, "Hey, you," I was accosted by Hiro-kun. "Yuri, there's something I need to tell him. Just so you know, I was the one who was here first, right? You didn't come here to harass me, did you? In fact, you're the one who came here." There's no reason to complain, but Yuri had a different reason for approaching me. "Why the hell were you talking to Miss Nozail?" "Ah, this is it. He's a passionate fan." Shouldn't it be obvious if he saw how she was when we were together earlier? But I hadn't done anything wrong. She simply thanked me because she had been saved by me on the battlefield. Well, she helped me on the battlefield. We happened to meet, so I was just thanking her. Well, it's true that she thanked me for saving her. However, Yuri wouldn't believe that she just thanked me because she was saved by me. So, I should talk in a way that he can trust. Even if that's the case, someone like you shouldn't approach her. No. Otherwise, I can't thank her. You should tell her manager. Well, her manager seems to be on the ship and not here. I was naive. Apparently, no matter what the content is, just talking to her is a no-go. If she were a noble's daughter, it might be understandable. But she isn't, so there shouldn't be a problem with talking. It seems that logic doesn't work with passionate fans after all. Anyway, don't get close to her. Don't talk to her. Don't look at her. Don't let her talk to you. Got it? No. Don't look at her and don't let her talk to you is impossible. I thought he might attack me again, but he didn't this time. Maybe he was in a hurry to go look for Nozail. There's probably nothing more to happen, and after a short nap, the mission was completed without incident, and we were able to return home. Section Side, Schooner Nozail. I was turned down again the second time. If only he had the judgment to assess the situation and battlefield with his eye, he could be a great asset not only in races but also in future operations. Considering his personality and position, I understand that he doesn't want to get closer to me right now. I avoid getting close to people who attract unusual, overly enthusiastic fans like the one I just saw, or who are hounded by the media, as it can be quite troublesome. Both he and I survived that incident together, but he was never surrounded by the media. The reason for that, to put it bluntly, is his appearance. For the media, it's better for ratings and sales to have someone who looks reasonably attractive, like a tall high school girl or a handsome noble with some background. He, on the other hand, doesn't like standing out. So this is a good thing for him. While watching his moves, I returned to Seed 1. "Welcome back. How did it go?" Arrow, a fellow pilot in the same planet race, greeted me. "I got rejected, as expected." "I see. I really wanted that. I was turned down because I wanted the In fact, including her, several of us had reached the conclusion that we should scout him after observing John Uzoss's movements. During the previous dazzling operation, apart from the aircraft with a mark in silver and lime green and the all-black aircraft, he was the one who had been the most effective. He easily shot down several of the combat ships I was remotely controlling. Even our comrades were impressed by his eye and his movements. That 1,000-mile eye, or was it tactical eye? If we had that, both races and operations would be easier. Era muttered in disappointment. "Hey, Schooner. Did you try using your charm? And then, with an dissatisfied look and a gaze that seemed to pierce through me, she said something outrageous. I would never do that. Besides, it didn't seem like he was interested in me. It's not that I lack confidence in my appearance or figure. I've experienced the feeling of being stared at as if I were being entangled in the racecourse or at a party many times, but I didn't feel that kind of gaze from him. His gaze was more like the way you look at art pieces or paintings. Why isn't his gaze going to that unnecessarily large and sexy body of yours? That otaku mercenary. Who is he? Or is he just a coward? Era began to think with a puzzled expression. Her hands moving to cup her chest. Don't call me sexy body. And don't say such things. Aero is a bright and cute girl, but she can be quite vulgar in that direction. Well, it won't lead to anything good if you force it. Oh, if you want to make a convincing argument, I can help you coordinate your underwear. You know. I won't do that. It doesn't make sense to do it when there's no chance. I'm a little frustrated, but I head to the conference room with Aro. Chapter 19. This is undoubtedly a false accusation by Count Rosero. To take a national treasure from a fragile woman, the evil Count Rosero deserves the righteous hammer of justice. After returning from the gate guarding job, I first tidied up my room and round myself, cleaning, laundry, taking out trash, various things like airing out the room and replenishing consumables. Once that was finished, it was time to browse the net. It's not possible with PDAs, wristlet terminals, slate terminals, or large terminals, but with an installed terminal you can use a sense-blocking helmet that allows you to dive into cyberspace. However, I'm using the normal screen viewing method. You can get various high-quality things with a sense-blocking helmet, but I don't use it because you can't see what's going on around you. And since there were absolutely no problems enjoying it, I had plenty of fun with videos and chats with like-minded hobby friends. The next day I had a fulfilling day off, starting from visiting an member to buy new releases and going around used bookstores. And on the third day after returning from the gate guarding job, I went to the Mercenary Guild to get work, but it was strangely bustling. I spotted Old Man Rones and headed straight there. Did something happen? Well, I can kinda guess. It's just as you imagine. A conflict of interests between nobles. I see. What's the reason? The information Old Man Rones told me in a sighing manner can be summarized as: the opposing sides are the Rosero and Griant families. The cause of the conflict is an oil painting by a painter designated as a living national treasure a short while ago. The painter passed away last month. The Roseros are earls, and the current head is a plump middle-aged man. The Griants are barons, and the current head is a beautiful baroness widowed by her husband. Both claim that when the artist was young and being a nuisance to their previous generation heads, this was left as thanks. There are inscriptions too. They say, the Griant family has the actual painting. The Rosero family claims it was stolen. Looks pretty disadvantageous for Count Rosero. Just looking at it, it clearly looks like he's just trying to take it by lording his rank over her. Hirakan would side with the Baroness without hesitation. By the way, in cases like this the Mercenary Guild takes requests from both sides if they come in, and lets the individual mercenaries themselves decide whether to take it and which side to join if they do take it. This is a system to prevent the Mercenary Guild from being resented by taking one side and maintain neutrality. We properly put out the request. If you don't want to take it or join their side, resent the mercenaries who did instead. That's how it is. Furthermore, mercenaries killing each other is taken for granted to not hold grudges. So mercenaries who are on good terms often join the same camp. By the way, one of the Mercenary Guild's provisions is, mercenaries of the Mercenary Guild must take on at least 4 requests per year that will reliably involve combat, armed conflicts between factions, subjugating pirates, etc. Cases arising spontaneously are also counted. However, this does not apply for requests supposed to reliably involve combat, armed conflict between factions, subjugating pirates, etc. Ends up not having combat breakout. However, this does not apply to cases where there is no sudden occurrence of a battle. According to that provision, I'm already good without taking any more. But pirate activity has decreased with multiple large pirate groups being destroyed in succession, and requests for subjugating pirates and escorting have gone down. The guarding requests are all long-term yearly contracts, and there are no temporary, within 1 week, or short-term, 1 month, requests. And I can't just do nothing until the pirates get active again, so I'm inclined to take it rather than not. Conflicts of interest between nobles are unlikely to disappear anytime soon anyway. Still, I don't have enough information to decide which side to join. I was thinking I'd reserve judgment if there was leeway on the deadline, when a loud voice could be heard from over there. The owner of the voice was a woman with yellowish-green hair and white skin, wearing clothes like a military uniform. This is undoubtedly a false accusation by Count Rosero. To take a national treasure from a fragile woman, the evil Count Rosero deserves the righteous hammer of justice. And her claim clearly condemned Count Rosero as evil. Well, I don't not understand. Old Man Rones and I also considered that possibility. Sure, that's how it looks structurally, but shouldn't you properly gather information first? That's not what she did, and her atmosphere looks exactly like a female version of Hirakan. Old Man Rones answered my unspoken question. That's Fadilna Prigilira, the one who just became a bishop rank. Remember the one who punched you before? That's her older sister. Geez. Seriously? That's terrible. And she became a bishop rank despite seeming not to have investigated the client properly. That's way too reckless. I'll be sure not to get involved with them. Oh, Hirakan's name seems to be Yuri Prigilira by the way. Does this request have some days left before the deadline? Yeah, it's fine until 5 days later. All right. I'll do some research first. In battles like this, it's usually a frantic countdown until the start, but when it comes to power struggles among nobles, it's more of a dueling affair. They set a date and time. Both sides gather, and then they start the battle as if it's a formal event. That's why I can take my time. It was the same with the previous Count Bakanoa and Baron Jimas. Of course, there are those who do pre-battle preparations, and there are those who use underhanded methods, so you can't afford to be careless. I headed for the black market shopping district as soon as I left the Mercenary Guild. It was to gather information to decide whether to take on the request or not. But this place still has a suspicious atmosphere. What's with that sign on the shop that looks like a butcher's shop, saying born from boiling oil mud, the bitter dark golden? I saw various other suspicious signs as well and finally arrived at the shop I was looking for, Patterson Compounding Pharmacy. Inside the store, the smell of wood, earth, and herbs filled the air as usual, and bags of candies were lined up on the counter. Welcome. What? It's you. Just like when I came here before? Gonzalez had an unenthusiastic expression as he chewed on an unlit cigarette and read the newspaper. You, was that your greeting last time too? Shut up. So, did you come to hear some rumors today? Considering the short time span, it seemed he had guessed that candies weren't my main purpose. Yeah, have you heard anything about the reputation of the noble houses, Count Roslo and Baron Griant? In response to my question, Gonzalez raised his glasses with a smirk. About 2 hours. You can wander around that long. Looks like information will be relatively easy to obtain. If it was difficult to acquire, it might cross over into the next day. I'll just read light novels here then. I sat in the waiting chairs in the store and took out a light novel. Then let me know if any customers come. Just saying that. Gonzalez brought the hair tied around his neck forward to expose the back of his neck, opened the connector there, plugged in the cord connected to the PC, and became completely still in his original posture. He probably infiltrated cyberspace and started gathering information. After that, no customers came for 2 hours. What I learned as a result was, despite his looks, Count Rosero governs well and is loved by his people. His taxes are legitimate and he has a gentle personality. He also works diligently. He's a bit plump due to his constitution and love of sweets. He seems to be unpopular with women and is still unmarried. Baroness Griant apparently declared war first, forcing him to start preparations. Baroness Griant is beautiful with a nice figure, but her actual age is unknown. She loves luxury and has raised taxes high to buy her favorite brands, so she also has a bad reputation among the people. Because of this, The number leaving to live on other planets seems to be increasing. She was widowed by 3 husbands before marrying the Baron. The Baron died of illness the year after their marriage. Their private forces are evenly matched. The Baroness Griant is surely a good example of this. That Baroness Griant is definitely out. Of course, there's the possibility that this is false information spread by Count Rosero. Hey, seems you gathered this pretty easily, but how reliable is it? For Count Rosero, the info from residents was sparse since it's peaceful and there's nothing to post about. Peering at the town from street cameras, it was the picture of peace itself. HNN. While answering, Gonzalez let out a strangely erotic voice as he unplugged the cord from his nape. For Baroness Griant, it was a downpour of vilification, defamation, and abuse. There were hardly any people out in town, and those that were had only dark expressions. After pushing his hair back and retying it, he took a pet bottle carbonated drink out of the small refrigerator below the shelves behind him. Why does Gonzalez, whose whole body is mechanical, eat and drink? It's related to human instincts. To move the mechanical body, recharging the external batteries is sufficient. For the brain too, injecting special nutritional fluids monthly is enough, but not eating causes tremendous stress. Therefore, full prosthetic bodies are absolutely required to have the function of digesting food and generating nutritional fluids for the brain. Of course, injecting special nutritional fluids externally is also possible. However, since the body runs on batteries, caution is needed. Incidentally, for biobodies and clone bodies, regular food alone seems to be fine for both. Personally, I wouldn't want to live in Baroness Griant's territory. Gonzalez heaved a sigh while drinking the carbonated drink. Hearing that information and thinking it over, I decided to take Count Rosero's side. Baroness Griant is definitely bad news. Chapter 20. Opportunist. Huh? Coward. The next morning after getting information from Gonzalez, when I went to the Mercenary Guild, Hirakan's sister was still passionately making speeches. Hirakan was there beside her too, and there were guys listening to her with uninterested faces, guys glaring at her with cold eyes, and guys immersed in chatter among themselves unconcerned. While catching sight of them from the corner of my eye, I called out to Old Man Rones. Hey, did something happen? Well, I can imagine. Just as you thought. There are those who got fooled by the siblings, those who already resented the brother, and those who don't like the sister like you who gathered information properly. As expected, those siblings have probably unknowingly made enemies in various places. How are the numbers on each side? Still few, but 6 for the Count's side and 4 for the Baroness's. There are also guys from the Count's territory and folks who escaped from the Baroness's. Those kinds probably won't side with the Baroness either. Looks like the Count's side has a slight advantage, but there's no telling how it'll go before the deadline. I decided to join the Count's side, but if the difference in fighting strength is too great, it'll be dangerous for us on this side. As I was wondering what to do, Old Man Rones called out to me. What will you do? I plan to take it for living expenses and join the Count's side for now, but it depends on the number who join. If it looks bad for the Count, I won't take the request. Old Man Rones and I conversed casually with that kind of tension, and our talk ended feeling like, opportunist, huh? Coward. I'm just trying to survive. And then the conversation was cut short. Opportunist and coward aren't usually taken in a good sense, but I didn't feel any contempt in Old Man Rones's words, nor did I take them with contempt. Before our gaze, the Prigalera siblings were enthusiastically listing Count Rosero's faults. Honestly, I was even impressed by how well they do it. After that, I immediately headed to the guild's parking area and started inspecting my ship that had just returned from maintenance. Of course, I left it to professionals, so it should be perfect. However, some businesses return it without doing maintenance and just take the money. So checking is essential even when requesting trusted businesses. I always use. Even if the ship is a reliable company, you should do it. There's always the off chance. After all, personal checks and replenishing of items I want to stockpile on the ship are also necessary. While I was doing that, got a minute? Lady Fuel Kashasat, aka Lady Leopard, came over looking displeased as usual, bringing along a female android maid. I didn't want to deal with her and wanted to ignore her if possible, but when addressed while outside checking the ship exterior, there was nothing I could do. What can I do for you? Which side are you joining? Given the current situation, that was a natural question after asking what my business is. I'm still gathering information. I'll try giving an honest explanation of the status quo. Disgusting. Information gathering is important, but can't you make quick judgments? Or are you being misled by that shady woman? This person is as angry as always. I can't help but be impressed she doesn't seem to tire. Well, I definitely don't want to act together with the Prigalera siblings at least. I didn't need to answer, but it looked like she'd be even more annoying if I didn't. So I told her my thoughts so far. Then why don't you decide which side you'll join? And I got yelled at even though I did. Because I'm in the middle of gathering information. While I was fed up thinking how troublesome this is, the android maid behind her threw me a lifeline saying, "Young lady, everyone has their own way of doing things, so you shouldn't force your own way of thinking and doing things on them." She helped me out. But yes, let us go gather information too. Wait a minute. The android maid took Lady Fiolka's arm and, "Well then, excuse us, Sir Uzoss," said with a bright smile as she took Lady Fiolka away. "Thank you, android maid." Section Side, Sherry. After dragging the young lady back to the large ship parking area where her mothership Ukramo was anchored, she immediately scolded me. "Sherry, why did you interfere?" "Young lady, your goal was to find out which side Sir Uzoss would join, correct?" "That's right. And yet he still hasn't decided." I understand the young lady's irritation well. The young lady seems to want to fight on the same side as Sir Uzoss this time, and is aggravated wondering which side he'll pick. Since Lady Fadilna Prigalera on the Baroness Griant side is a beautiful person, it's understandable for the young lady to think Sir Uzoss might choose her. However, personally, I wouldn't recommend siding with Baroness Griant's side. Even the young lady herself doesn't seem to like it. "My lady, let's just side with Count Roslo. I'm sure you understand that Baroness Griant's side seems sketchy, right?" Sir Uzoss seems to have that intention as well. He hasn't decided yet. Interrupting the reluctant words of the young lady, I continue. Haste makes waste. Even if it was decided deep down, it's better to act carefully. Sir Uzoss understands that. "All right, I'll do that." While fiddling with her hair, it seems the young lady has agreed with my opinion. She may seem reluctant, but I can tell that she's genuinely satisfied with it. I've been watching her since she was born, after all. Now, let's start checking the ship, shall we? Section. By late afternoon, I had finished all the checks and made a list of miscellaneous items. After that, I headed towards the downtown area. I'm not going to buy the items on the list. I'm here to verify information. Although Gonzalez's information isn't entirely unbelievable, it doesn't hurt to be cautious. In the past, when I inadvertently attended the Duke of Bacanoa's camp, there was a customer waiting for medicine at Gonzalez's place, and I took on the job without receiving information. Well, it turned out to be lucky that I didn't have to be hostile to Lord Rosis. So, where I went was a place in the corner of downtown called the Fortune-Telling Building. Despite being declared unscientific and baseless, businesses like this continued to thrive, perhaps because they appeal to human nature. However, I didn't come here for fortune-telling. I entered a shop with only crystal ball reading written on it, navigating the labyrinth-like interior of the building. The shop had long, deep green carpets to muffle footsteps, and the walls and ceiling were sepia-tinted white, apparently the original inner walls of the building. There was a table by the wall with a dark purple cloth draped over it, and behind it was an old woman in a grey robe with a hood. "Welcome. You've come to this old lady again. Do you have worries? Lost something?" She had a slightly aquiline nose and looked just like a witch. "No, I have something I want to ask about. I want to know about the Roslo and Griant families." I said so and placed an envelope with cash on the table. I see. Shall I look into it for you?" This old woman is an information broker like Gonzalez, but she's also a fortune teller, or rather, a fortune teller is her main occupation. If that's the case, I think this room should have a more fortune teller-like atmosphere. But according to the person herself, The atmosphere is certainly important, but that doesn't have anything to do with the skill of fortune telling. Besides, wallpaper and curtains are surprisingly expensive. Of course, I've been an informant for a long time. She claims that her career as an information broker has been longer than Gonzalez's, and the credibility of her information is higher. The old woman put the envelope into her pocket, placed her hand on the crystal ball, and began to chant something like a spell. By the way, this crystal ball seems to function as a monitor that I can't see from here, and information is streamed there. The incantation must be some kind of activation keyword. After a while of silence, the old woman spoke. It seems that the reputation of Count Roslow's territory is good. At the very least, the Count doesn't seem to be a fool, and he seems to understand how to develop his land properly. The only problems are that there are a lot of people migrating and the fact that he's not popular with women. Baron Griant's territory, on the other hand, seems to be in a terrible state since the death of the Baron. Taxes and everything else have become exorbitant. And the spark of this war is the painter's oil painting, right? I don't know who the rightful owner is, but if you want to hear my personal opinion. The old woman grinned and extended her hand. In other words, she's asking for additional payment. She calls it her personal opinion, but it's undoubtedly a fact. It's worth asking about. All right, I'll request it. So, I placed several bills of cash on the table. The old woman pocketed the money and said, "There's no doubt that Baroness Griant stole the painting. The reasons are money and attracting new men." She continued. "Why does Baron Griant's wife look like the one who stole it? The reason is simple. The previous Baron Griant was the perfect example of a piece of crap aristocrat. There's no way he would have been kind to a commoner painter. The husband of the late Baroness who died of illness only inherited the name and title, and the death rate of the previous 3 husbands of this Baroness is exclusive to nobles. If you include commoners, there are probably more. She probably changed her name and appearance when she targeted the nobility. Be careful if you side with Baroness Griant. That woman is much darker than me." The old woman laughed merrily as she explained the reasons for her assertion. "Are you not pretty dark yourself?" I couldn't help but ask, to which she responded, "Compared to her, I'm as pure as the driven snow." He. She laughed like a witch. Both this old woman and Gonzalez are information brokers with high credibility, so it's better to avoid taking on the job if Baroness Griant's side turns out to be dominant. Afterward, for the next 2 days until the deadline, I went to the Mercenary Guild in the evening just to inquire about the number of participants and the ratio. It's natural to receive insults like coward and weakling from the main character type individuals. Hirakan, also known as Yuri Prowler, and Lieutenant Triola Burn next, among others. But what's wrong with doing this much to survive? We're not favored by the gods, so the chances of us dying easily are high. When I asked about the number of participants and the ratio in the evening on the deadline day, it turns out that around 600 people participated, and the ratio was 8 for Count's side to 2 for Baron's side. So, despite a slight unease, I decided to take on the Count's request. Chapter 21. Checking around is also a mercenary's job, isn't it? I registered just as the deadline hit, and by that time most of the mercenaries around had already left the lobby to go to the scene. Thankfully, there was no sign of the Perigliera siblings either. I was relieved about that when Old Man Rones called out to me. Despite those siblings' efforts, the Count's side had more people. Good to have guys who make proper judgments. Could it be you knew various info? Checking around is a mercenary's job too, right? You make a good point. The client should have looked into it that much at least before making the request. It's quite malicious, but this is probably the guild's method to respect the mercenaries' will and maintain neutrality. Well, you probably went to info agents. Your friends and Granny, too. Anyway, since the procedures are done and I'm prepared, it's time to head out to the combat zone right away. The combat zone, the Nagan zone, is right in the middle between Count Rosero's territory and Baroness Griant's territory. No enemy forces can be confirmed yet. They're probably getting inspections and refueling done too. By the way, in our Count's camp I'm in, There was open channel chatter of mercenaries who heard about Sir Lambert's Ross's pilot exploits and the Count's private soldiers praising Sir Lambert. His rank has gone up Drook, by the way. Considering he's fainted so many times in combat, it wouldn't be odd if he disembarked on his own accord, even a little scared. But, until I find someone suitable for me, if I let that thing disembark, I can't get supplies. I tell them to say he had an ultra awakening while passed out. Amazing. He hasn't peed himself except the first time. Apparently he's still on board thanks to being strung along by Ms. Ross's honeyed words. In other words, he's like a puppet, poor guy. And Lady Fiolka was also super popular. Well, with her looks and strength on top, it's natural for her to be popular with both genders. Come to think of it, there was a lady of bishop rank and her brother. But aren't you going to recruit them? And I don't know if you know her, but Lady Fiolka too. I secretly asked about the Prigalera siblings and Lady Fiolka. Looks and ability-wise, they seem like they'd fit Ms. Ross's preferences. At that, Ms. Ross made a clearly displeased expression. Those siblings are no good, like the embodiment of misandry. The sister probably only has sympathizers around her. You shouldn't get involved with them either. The brother is too much of a feminist and self-centered. The one suitable for me must have both ability and character. I agree on everything except the last part. They're almost certainly on the other side. I hope I don't run into them. And as for Lady Fiolka, when I try to contact her, that maid always comes out. She appears even on her PDA to block contact. Ms. Ross scowled, frustrated at being unable to scout her targets. That made cutting off all Ms. Ross's contacts. She's pretty skilled. At that time, a plump middle-aged man appeared on the monitor through the open channel. Ah, my soldiers from my territory participating in this battle, and mercenaries joining my army. I am Thridam Rosero, your lord and employer. I hold the title of Count. As you all probably know, the cause of this battle is a single oil painting. It was originally in my mansion, but someone stole it. If Baroness Griant happened to bought it, I intended to buy it back for the same amount she purchased it for, or more. Or if she said this should be donated to the National Art Museum, that would have been fine too. Or if she purely liked and bought the painting, there should have been some room for compromise. However, I didn't expect her to claim from the start that it was always part of her household, and even start a war over it. In that case, I said that I would give her the old, worn oil painting, but since she doubted me, for the sake of my honor I absolutely won't back down, and now she's even demanding I cede everything including my territory as an apology for the doubt. There are also unsavory rumors about the Baroness. I cannot let that stand. Soldiers and mercenaries, for the sake of my people, I want you to give this your all. I look forward to your exploits and safe returns. It's true that he looks as unattractive to women as I do. His looks are certainly unattractive to women like me, but it seems the reputation was not mistaken, from how he tried to avoid war and hopes for the mercenaries' safe return too. After that, what seemed to be the Count's private army commander gave deployment instructions and confirmed the command system, then instructed the whole army to advance. And so the curtain rose on this conflict of interests that began with a single oil painting. Section. Side, Elizaria Griant, Baroness Griant. In one room of Baron Griant's mansion on planet Yabian, Baroness Elizaria Griant was there, sitting lightly in the office chair with her feet neatly together and back straight, and her worried expression was a model of a chaste baroness's, and the Baroness stared at the screen of the video call, conversing with the person on the other side. Fadilna Prigalera, is it really all right? Yes, the evil Count's army trying to take a national treasure from a fragile woman is nothing to fear. I see. Then I'll leave it to you. Leave it to me. The Baroness bowed apologetically, and Prigalera replied confidently. When the call ended, the Baroness raised her head and looked away from the screen. Then her calm demeanor from before changed dramatically. Standing up from the office chair, she heavily sat on the lavished sofa, crossed her legs, and leaned against the armrest. Simple-minded individuals like him are so easy to manipulate. He's playing the hero, so if I act meek, he'll easily misunderstand. If I can take not only that oil painting but also the territory, I'll be able to live even more luxuriously. The wealth I've accumulated so far has been dwindling, and I should have sealed the planet early on so that the residents couldn't escape to other planets." Her demeanor had completely changed from a moment ago, revealing her true arrogant and frivolous self. "I've brought some wine." As she talked to herself, a maid appeared and held out a tray at just the right spot to simply close her fingers around the wine glass filled with red wine placed on it. Looking at the contents of the glass, the Baroness threw the wine glass at the maid holding the tray. The glass broke, blood flowed from the maid's cheek, and her clothes were soaked in wine. "Who told you to bring red?" "But you told me to prepare red just earlier. I changed my mind. Can't you even understand that? You trash." "I deeply apologize." The maid could only bow and apologize. If she made any excuses here, there's no telling what the private soldiers who were thugs in name only would do to her. The Baroness seemed to understand that, smiling smugly with a sense of superiority. "I'll rest for a bit. Replace the carpet with a new one by yourself while I do." "Yes." While sneering at the maid's powerless reply, she left the office that was one in name only and headed to the bedroom. "In just a few more hours, that wealthy count's territory will be mine. I'm really looking forward to it. New jewels, furs, cosmetics." "Oh, I know. Let's raise planet Yabian and build a new residence." Selling off all the residents as cattle should make for some small change. As she went, she had already begun calculating how to squander the soon-to-be wealth of the territory in her mind. Chapter 22. Disgusting. The battle finally began. I was deployed on the left wing, and Ms. Rossis and Lady Fialka were also deployed on the left wing. No matter their words and conduct, they're definitely reliable. This raises my chances of survival on the left wing, but carelessness is forbidden. I intend to maneuver however I must in order to survive. After all, the enemy is burning with a sense of mission to protect the supposedly frail Baroness. In space, there were two groups of hundreds of large and small ships. I felt an illusion we were approaching an asteroid belt, but the trails of fire from both sides taught me the hard way that they were no rocks. I gripped the control stick and advanced toward the trails of fire with my barriers raised. Phew. That was close. 1 hour after the battle began, the enemy right wing moved well and accurately targeted us, but most of the guys recruited by those siblings without properly investigating and joined the Baroness's side were just full of confidence. They had absolutely no coordination even if makeshift, and some didn't have skill matching their mouths. That gave us chances to attack, somehow maintaining an advantage. And as expected, Ms. Rossis aka the loudmouth Lambertrial Azkun was amazing. Speed, reaction, maneuverability, all superhuman, and the firepower tremendous too. Lady Fialka was also active, but looked inferior compared to Ms. Rossis. At that time, information came in that the right wing was being pressed. The center was deadlocked, while we on the left wing with me, Ms. Rossis, and Lady Fialka were in a stalemate apparently. However, we couldn't leave the battlefield as it was, so combat continued. And 30 minutes after that, 80% of the enemy right wing had been shot down or fled, and the remaining 20% had lost their will to fight or were incapacitated. 70% of these results were thanks to loudmouth Lambertrial Azkun, aka Ms. Rossis. Ancient weapons with a will sure are amazing. Of course, that fact was also conveyed to the main fleet. Having heard that information, instructions for a pincer attack by shifting the positions of the whole army came from the main fleet. But at that moment, simultaneous word came that 70% of the right wing betrayed us and attacked the remaining right wing units and main fleet. We were beaten. Crap. As expected, this must have been the siblings' doing. More instructions then came from the main fleet. Orders from headquarters. Half of the left-wing units head to the right wing for support. I repeat, half of the left-wing units head to the right wing for support. The remaining left-wing units continue advancing as is. Inflict what damage you can on the enemy main fleet. Dividing of units is left to your discretion. The moment I heard that transmission, "Then I'll head to the right wing," Ms. Rossis said with a big smile and rushed to the right wing at tremendous speed. She probably went to look for puppets. Or maybe she just wasn't satisfied wrecking stuff yet. Many others confirmed Ms. Rossis aka Lambertrial as heading to the right wing and around half went after her. probably hoping for spoils. But I don't intend to go. I just have a bad feeling about it somehow. Section side, Yuri Prigolera, all right. Rosero Count Army right-wing ambush units, open fire after reversing direction. Griant Baron Army left-wing units, advance after bombardment, wheel off a victory to the chaste, beautiful Baroness Griant. At my order, all the units began to move. My sister is as amazing as expected. She drew them in by persuading the Baroness's side, then deliberately sent them into the enemy camp and had them turn traitor after seeing the enemy left-wing advance. It's simple but effective tactics. I positioned guys who seemed like they'd ditch out and guys who gave in to my sister on the right wing, so it's no loss if they get crushed. I'll advance like this and turn that ugly Count Rosero who's trying to pick a fight with the Baroness and steal a national treasure into dust in space. Just then, a report came from my allies. Enemy craft approaching. Just one. No, we've confirmed multiple behind it far back. It cut through the center. The call sign is Uzoss. It's that Lambda Triaglaz. So it's that guy. The man who's certainly close to high rank now. Foolish of him to join the Count's side. Does he intend to challenge me who is carrying out justice? I'll be his match. I'll deal with him. Please handle the enemy main force. I opened the throttle and headed toward the villain's minion, to prove which of us is stronger. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Why can't I hit this guy? Yet I easily shot down the small fries who came after him just from the aftermath of fighting him. Get a grip, Yuri. I was pretty pissed with him completely rendering all my short kill patterns useless when my sister's voice echoed. If she was right in front of me, I probably would have gotten a slap to the cheek. That man is a minion of Count Rosero trying to steal the national treasure owned by the Baroness. Ultimately, men who don't heed my prophecies have no value in living. For the Baroness to live gracefully and comfortably, we cannot lose. My sister's words brought me back to my senses. You're right, sis. We're allies of fragile women. That's the right thing to do. I refocused my spirit and glared at the villain's minion. Just then, someone called out on the open channel. Ugh, disgusting. It was that Lambda Triaglaz side, small combat ship WVS-09 Uzoss. During the battle, I was eavesdropping on the conversation between the Prigolera siblings, and I can only describe the content of their conversation as unsettling. Fadilna Prigolera's blatant female supremacy and male inferiority are just excuses to satisfy her own desires. Furthermore, it seems she has trained her brother to blindly believe in everything related to women. If I had a physical body, I would have undoubtedly vomited. The sheer creepiness of it all made me inadvertently tweet it out on the open channel. By the way, even though the time until he faints is gradually getting longer, there is no problem as I have replaced the unconscious man with a holographic projection of Lambert during the battle, with synthesized audio as well. It's still surprising how Fadilna Prigolera managed to become a bishop. After a bit of research, it turns out she's not affiliated with the planet its branch but rather with the planet Aid, and it seems she came all this way to talk to her brother. Then, Fadilna Prigolera approached Lambert. I'm working for the women of the entire galaxy. Is that disgusting to you? How foolish, but I'll forgive you for now. If you get rid of that foolish and ugly Count for me. She spoke while clearly looking down on us but with a seductive expression. It seems that Fadilna Prigolera is confident that the unconscious man has been charmed by her beauty and will join her. Probably, even though she knows the Baroness is no good, she's still willing to be her ally because she's receiving rewards outside of the guild. Well, there's no helping it. I was planning to hurt you a little and make you behave, but you'll have to take responsibility for making people uncomfortable. I tried to sound a bit more like the unconscious man. I don't quite agree with giving him credit for this, but let's give this creepy sibling duo a little discipline. Chapter 23. It was fortunate that the feathered helmet headed towards the enemy's right flank. If it had been here, we would be stardust by now. Right after Ms. Uzoss and some of the units headed to reinforce the right wing, the remaining left-wing units began advancing to attack the enemy main fleet. In response, the enemy main fleet of course also came to intercept us in formation, with small crafts, unmanned machines, medium combat ships, large combat ships, and extra-large combat ships. They had quite the forces coming at us. This should break the deadlock at the center, and if Ms. Rossis can crush the enemy left wing, we'll gain more advantage. While praying the enemy doesn't have some sudden game-changing surprise weapon. I just have to somehow buy time. And now I want to punch my naive self from 5 minutes ago. The intercept troops we were facing on the remaining left-wing units were trained soldiers. Their individual movements, attack timings, coordination between ships, everything was on a different level from the right-wing troops earlier. Just barely evading again and again, somehow scoring hits on them. It's been a non-stop situation of not being able to let my guard down for even 0.1 seconds since earlier. I'm impressed with myself for evading so well, but if I try to approach the medium combat ships, large combat ships, and extra-large combat ships, escort craft immediately obstruct my path, and I can't even get close enough for the medium, large, and extra-large combat ships to maintain distance. To be frank, we're being pushed back rather than advancing. This is just my guess, but I feel like most of the enemy main fleet is made up of mercenaries gone bad and criminals, so morale probably isn't very high. On the other hand, Count Rosero's main fleet should have had high morale and good training, so they were probably quite elite. I'd like to think it was thanks to these proper soldiers that the center was deadlocked. Anyway, until the situation shifts significantly on the battlefield, all I can do is grit my teeth through this tense situation. Just then, the enemy intercept troops suddenly reversed and began retreating for some reason. Not knowing why, the remaining guys in the units didn't pursue since it could be a trap if we chased too deep. Then suddenly, they began bombarding their own main fleet. I don't know what happened with the enemy intercept troops, but this is undoubtedly a chance. Don't really get it, but continue attacking. Don't shoot at the enemy intercept units. It seems the main fleet watching the situation judged the enemy intercept troops as allies. This is the right-wing support unit. Drove back the defecting and enemy left-wing units. We will attack the enemy main fleet as is. Moreover, Ms. Rossis announcing in Lambert Trialas's voice that they drove back the defecting and enemy left-wing units clinched victory for the Rosero Count Army. Section Side. Enemy Intercept Unit Commander, Major. The enemy left-wing units began their advance toward our main flagship. With their reduced numbers, we've somehow been holding them back. Major, it seems the enemy left wing is gradually pushing us back. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before they can contact and attack the enemy main fleet. It was fortunate the feathered helmet went toward the enemy right wing. If it had been here, we would be stardust by now. My adjutant lieutenant and operator second lieutenant were somewhat relieved at the current situation. That's certainly true, but we can't let our guard down yet. Don't relax. That shabby patchwork ship, the Dust and Leopard Lady are still out there. Especially the Dust. I broke into a cold sweat when it got near this ship before. It's good the escorts made it in time back then. While not on the feathered helmet's level, the Dust and Leopard Lady are still dangerous foes. We can only slowly push them back. Just then, my adjutant lieutenant called out to me. Major, the one we really shouldn't have to fight isn't Count Rosero, right? I know that, but there's a reason we can't do that. We're the private soldiers of the late Baron Griant, not private soldiers of that vixen. She is Baroness Griant, and undoubtedly nobility. But, don't be tedious, Lieutenant. The lieutenant came up to me insistently with passion, but I have to reject him for a reason. It's not just for me, it's for the dozens of others too. Lieutenant, quietly return to your post. The lieutenant returned to his post with a reluctant expression. Just then, the operator reported, Commander, we've received a transmission. It's from our department store. Read the contents. Quickly. Hearing the report, I unintentionally raised my voice. 2 items acquired safely. No damage. Other items also acquired safely. Heading to collection point, the operator read the transmission excitedly but calmly. The contents were what some of the soldiers and I had been anxiously awaiting. You're worried about some custom order at a time like this? The lieutenant approached me irritably. Our families were rescued. Huh? Not just me, Several of my subordinates were also tearfully rejoicing at the report. The lieutenant was surprised and confused at me and the others. Only natural, since it was only some of us who had family held hostage. A few including me had our families taken hostage and were forced to serve that woman. That was the signal from the resistance, who rescued our families from that woman's hands, raided the military facility stolen by her thugs, and took back the town. The others who had hostages taken by that woman have probably risen up too. We don't need to hold back anymore. We'll go defeat our true enemy. The bridge was filled with joyous voices. However, a single gunshot erased that cheer. The one who brought about this situation was my adjutant lieutenant. "What are you doing, Lieutenant?" "Keep fighting the Count's army." The lieutenant pointed the gun he had aimed at the ceiling at us. "May I ask the reason, Lieutenant?" "I'm sure you already understand. That provocation just now was quite clumsy." The lieutenant grimaced and pointed his gun at me again. Tension ran through everyone on the bridge. It's not just the gun being pointed at me. But if this situation drags on, there's no telling when we might be shot down by the enemy army. I knew you were monitoring us under orders from that woman. Since you're single, without lover or parents who passed away, you couldn't be taken hostage. So that woman must have seduced you. Elizaria Grant. Baroness Grant is a wonderful woman. I won't allow betrayal of her. The lieutenant pulled the trigger at the floor again. "Hurry up and keep fighting," he shouted irritably. "Calm yourself a little, Lieutenant." Gah. The moment I said that to the lieutenant, the operator second lieutenant behind the lieutenant pressed an electromagnetic button against the lieutenant's nape. With a short shriek, the lieutenant collapsed to the floor and was promptly restrained by the bridge crew. I picked up the gun that the lieutenant had and said, "You were capable," which makes it all the more disappointing. It must have been because that woman's manipulations were so cunning. There's even a possibility of brainwashing. Even though my body was immobile, I aimed the gun at the lieutenant, who was glowering at me. "However, from our perspective, you were a turncoat who wagged your tail for the oppressors." "You'll provide various testimonies." The lieutenant stared at the gun pointed at the floor with a regretful expression. Section side, third person POF. Watching the screen in the mansion's office, Baroness Grant shouted, "Hey, what are they doing? Bombarding their allied units? What nonsense are they up to?" "It's because some allies defected and were fighting each other." Forced to watch the war she thought she'd absolutely win, slowly but surely approaching defeat, Baroness Grant revealed her impatience and anger. "Fine. Kill the hostage families, in the most painful way to make them scream the most." The Baroness directed her anger at the hostages she had captured, ordering a means of tormenting the foolish ones who defied her orders. Understood. However, the maid waiting behind her then tried to give her opinion as she followed the Baroness's order. "What is it? If we lose that battle, your position will be in jeopardy regardless." "No, that's true." Rarely taking the maid's opinion, the Baroness took out a PDA from her desk. "Then blowing them all up at once with this would make us the winners, right?" The maid's expression froze the moment she saw the PDA. "Are you truly going to use that?" "Of course." "I had the planet destruction weapon, flare, that can be remotely activated put on the Allied flagship, detonating it during the melee to annihilate both friend and foe together. The private soldiers and mercenaries are disposable, so no problem. And getting rid of Count Rosero too works out perfectly, doesn't it? Come, watch too. A beautiful firework will go up." Smiling thinly, the Baroness tapped the PDA screen. Of course, it wouldn't explode immediately, but was set to detonate after around 3 minutes passed. However, even after 5 minutes passed, there was no explosion. "Hey, what's going on? Why isn't it exploding?" The Baroness threw the PDA on the floor in rage. Just then, the maid who had been silently standing spoke up abruptly. "It's futile. There won't be an explosion." "What do you mean?" the Baroness asked, not hiding her shock and irritation at the maid's words. At that, the maid answered the question extremely calmly. "There was never any such bomb to begin with. What I showed you was just a prop made to look like one." With these words, Mrs. Krishnamurthy, who had decided that the maid was her enemy, pressed the button on her comms and said, "What are you doing? It's not me, it's that maid. Grab her. With those unbelievable words, the Baroness the maid judged as her enemy pressed the communications button and shouted, then cut the transmission, distancing herself from the maid. Then immediately, brawny men in black flooded into the office. There you are. Catch that woman. Relieved at the men's arrival, just as she was about to elegantly drink the wine glass she picked up, the Baroness was restrained by the men. The Baroness glared at the men in disbelief. What are you doing? Not me. That maid. However, the men did not release the Baroness. You think you can do this to me? There are over 100 of my Imperial Guards here. You can't escape. The Baroness implied her Imperial Guards would come here immediately, but about those so-called Imperial Guards of yours, after killing 10%, the rest fled. A natural choice. No one would throw their life away to save the likes of you. She was told an outrageous fact by the man's mouth. Then the Baroness shook and blurted out, I'm a noble. There are many nobles captivated by my beauty. I'll one day reign as Empress. Doing this to me, you'll regret it. Before immediately closing her mouth again. However, the maid approached the Baroness and looked down on her as if looking at filth. Where's the Empress in you? You're just an old hag with an obvious facelift. With a contemptuous expression, I looked down at the lady, Elizaria Griant. No, Gina Carstaff, the woman who pretended to kill a man's wife in an accident, then became his second wife, and later killed that husband and his daughter, taking all their assets. The incident happened 20 years ago. Gina Carstaff was in her early 30s at the time, considering that her actual age must be over 50. I don't know that woman. The lady denied the maid's story while wearing a frightened expression. Nevertheless, the maid didn't stop speaking. The ones killed were the husband, Zach Bordel, and the wife, Serica Bordel, but their daughter, Linda Bordel, survived. Lies. I'm sure we killed the child at that time. The lady initially showed a surprised expression, but she quickly closed her mouth. Indeed, my father and I were pushed off the cliff by you. However, my father used himself as a cushion, saving me from being drowned into the water. That's why I survived. Lies. I distinctly remember the child's corpse. By chance, the corpse of another child washed ashore. That's why I'm here now. When I started working in this mansion, I thought you might recognize me. But you didn't. It was a trivial matter for you, right? After finishing her accounting of her past, the maid grabbed the lady's hair and said, Don't worry, I'll kill you in the most agonizing, cruel way imaginable. She had a broad smile on her face. In response to that smile, Elizaria Griant, Baroness of Griant, also known as Gina Carstaff, felt genuine fear deep within her. Chapter 24. So, it means we'll have a one-on-one duel. The enemy interceptant force attacked their own allies, triggering the start of the attack by the allied left wing on the enemy's main force. With the ally main force already engaged, the betraying enemy intercept unit, the ally left wing unit, and Miss Rosis's right wing support unit which destroyed the enemy left wing and rebel forces added in, there's no way we can lose now. However, while they're just pirates and scummy mercenaries, it's not like they don't have any skilled members, and the enemy left-wing guys who fled from Miss Rosis have joined up too, so we can't let our guard down too much. For now, I'll switch the enemy intercept unit to allies on the friendly enemy identification device. As expected, the group that went kinda berserk is coming at us laying down an abnormal barrage. They're probably trying to withdraw from the battlefield. Stop that group charging in now. Don't let them get away. With that intercept order from the main force, our left wing including me went for that group, but they weren't just small fry from the Hornet emblem. They're probably the same pirate group or scummy mercenary band, but their skill was no joke. They didn't just blindly charge in going berserk. They're trying to break through the left wing and attack the ally main force. In that case, attacking from the sides or rear is still safer than blocking them head-on. Was there a pirate group with that emblem? Don't think I've seen it before. While idly chatting that, I increased speed and attacked their flank. Fortunately, I was able to sink some drones and one small craft. But of course, counterattacks came. While the drones are one thing, the manned small craft had crazy good mobility. Say more better than the intercept guys from earlier, but in exchange, Their penetration power seemed to drop a bit, as the vanguard slowed slightly. Others were also attacking from the sides and rear. Still, the penetration of these, Hornet unit, didn't drop that much. If these guys and the intercept guys had done a full frontal assault from the start and timed it with the rebels, I feel like we would have lost. Anyway, we have to stop this, Hornet unit, charge. As I tried to stick close and aim at one large combat boat, Lady Fiolka slipped through the drones and small craft first and went to latch onto the large combat boat. Figuring Lady Fiolka will be fine, some of us including me conducted covering fire to support her charge. Section side, Fiolka shell set. With support fire from allies, I close in on the enemy large combat boat. At times like these, afraid of friendly fire, the barrage from medium and large ships dies down, since hitting me risks hitting ally ships. Somehow managing to latch onto the large combat boat and start attacking, a small craft with blue coloring appeared. Like the other ships, it had the Hornet emblem outlined in white, so I guess it's the Blue Hornet? I was sure I'd get surrounded after passing each other in a head-on position, but for some reason the main force took their distance, leaving some machines behind as they followed the vanguard. Well, that's more important to them, so it's only natural, and the few left took up position to block the route to the main force. A one-on-one, huh? Fine by me, I'll take you on. I could run, but they'd surely chase me down, so better to strike them here. I opened the throttle to close distance and attack their Blue Hornet from behind, but they evaded all my attacks as if they had eyes in the back of their head. Just when I think I've got them, they dodge and almost get behind me right away. No joke, I have to beat that guy. Yet to lose here of all places, my impatience was a mistake. In the blink of an eye, my reactions dulled. Kawa, they wouldn't miss that opening, and my engines and part of the thrusters got shot, exploding without destroying the ship, but my craft was now battlefield wreckage. Just staying alive is a blessing. Young miss, hurry. Escape quickly. As Sherry urges, I need to escape quickly, but will they let me get away? The escape pod switch was still active, but escape was nearly impossible because the machines that were blocking the route to the main force earlier were now coming at me. Section. I knew Lady Fiolka had begun a one-on-one with someone, but stopping the Hornet unit charge took priority, and with Lady Fiolka's opponent being someone who beat her, they must be quite skilled, so I focused on hindering the charge, managing to latch onto some large combat boats and badly damage them thanks to a few people let us greatly lower their Hornet unit's penetration speed. Just when I thought we'd get the flagship-like large combat boat too, a transmission came from someone. Please help the young miss. On screen appeared the android maid who was with Lady Fiolka, I think. While I'm told to help, stopping the Hornet unit takes priority, and Lady Fiolka's opponent is surely quite strong. Why contact me anyway? Why did you send that message to me in the first place? Saving heroine types like Lady Fiolka is a job for protagonists with plot armor, or in this case, is there Blue Hornet, who tried to turn the defeated enemy but was obstructed the protagonist. As I thought that, the android maid let out a grieved voice. Please help. They intend to shoot down the young miss's escape pod. Shooting down escape pods is prohibited by engagement regulations, so it should be fine, but there are guys who'll calmly fire away. It was around where you fight the Hornet unit earlier, right? Yes. Please help the young miss. Please call out to others besides me too. Since her opponent that beat Lady Leopard is dangerous for us too. With a bishop rank Fiolka beaten, her opponent must be quite skilled, so surrounding them with numbers is advantageous. When I rushed to the scene, 2 enemy machines had taken position to prevent Lady Fiolka's immobile craft from launching the escape pod, while the blue machine and 2 others oversaw the situation. I see. So they took that method, huh? Shooting down escape pods violates engagement regulations, but it's not a violation before they try to escape. In their heyday, nobles would immobilize their target before launching the escape pod, then surround them to seal off escape routes and batter them to death. Some records describe that much. Anyway, I quickly closed in on those two machines while suppressing them with beams to make them take distance from Lady Fialka, who promptly launched her escape pod. That should be fine now. Her maid will probably recover it, but the problem comes after. The one who likely beat Lady Fialka is that blue-colored machine. Looking at it, it seems customized based on 3's Keto Incorporated's latest top-of-the-line model, Storm Zero, that Ms. Noswell rode. I was sure they'd surround me, but for some reason the Allies took distance and took up position to block the route to the main force. So, in other words, you want a one-on-one. No joke. That's a job for protagonists with plot armor, or in this case, is there, Blue Hornet, whose attempt to turn the defeated enemy was obstructed the protagonist. Since their ship is undoubtedly faster than mine, escaping will be hard, but I have to buy time for Lady Fialka's recovery. So I'll use decoy, feigned destruction, diverting all energy except maneuvering, armaments, and radar to propulsion. I desperately tried to get behind them. This way, when they take my rear later, they'll be less wary. That said, the protagonist would see through this. I'll prepare a second shot. While thinking that, I repeated combat orbits of turns, somersaults, and twists to get behind them. They did the same, occasionally suppressing me with beams as they tried to maneuver into position. Meanwhile, neither ally nor enemy approached or attacked. While I'd expect no enemies, why no allies? Did the maid fail the call for help? Anyway, now while no enemies interfere is the chance. I opened the throttle and tried to fly a straight line. The opponent follows. When the beam grazes my hull, it's an awful feeling. And the moment I think we're sufficiently apart from their allies, I simultaneously raise the nose, do an instant full thrust from the attitude control thrusters on the underside, and cut main boosters. This causes my craft to spin and leap over the enemies, and timing a beam release here ensures they're a sitting duck, but as expected of the protagonist. Sensing it, they narrowly dodge left by making their ship vertical. Just as I thought. So in the direction they'd likely turn, I jettisoned 2 photon torpedoes as if abandoning them. Then reopening the main boosters, once clear of the Blue Hornet's turning radius, I did a vertical turn to get behind them. Then they try to escape using their speed. So I fired beams to draw their attention here, which makes the jettisoned photon torpedoes hard to notice. And if they panic when noticing and jerk the rudder, an opening appears. So the photon torpedoes are painted black without gloss for camouflage. Even shooting them down for removal, the blast would make ship control difficult. Whether it worked was a gamble, but they nicely tried to evade. That moment, bingo, the beam hit their boosters and part of the engines, robbing them of decent maneuverability. I could have shot them down here, but their Hornet unit, main force is more important, and the guys who had taken position to block their route to the main force came to rescue the Blue Hornet, so I casually fired a photon torpedo as a distraction, detonating it when the allies were hit, then left that combat space. Then going after the Hornet unit, main force. They were withdrawing from combat space under fierce interception from the ally main force and pursuit by the left wing while taking damage. Merely 15 minutes after the enemy intercept unit attacked allies, both wings were annihilated, and with the apparent ally elite intercept unit betraying them, then their Hornet unit, that tried penetrating the main force also retreating, their defeat was certain. Moreover, with most of the remaining enemy main force apparently riffraff like scummy mercenaries, pirates, and punks as I expected, the Baroness side readily fully surrendered, with Count Roslow accepting their surrender and saying, "I have accepted the surrender of Baroness Grianti's army." End combat and begin rescuing survivors and recovering the injured, and stating his new resolve with, "Soldiers and mercenaries, thanks to you all, my territory was protected and the paintings will be returned." Some died in this battle. I will pray for the repose of their souls, and continue governing in a way that will not shame them. With these words of renewed determination, this battle has ended. Chapter 25. I understand. Let me explain. The struggle between the Roslow Count House and Griant Baron House ended in victory for the Roslow Count House. Normally, payment would be made that same day, but due to various processing difficulties this time, It was set for 2 days later. And 2 days after that battle, Yo came to receive payment. I went to the Mercenary Guild to get paid. In addition to me, hundreds of mercenaries crowded reception. Of course, I went to Old Man Roan's. Maybe because of the large number of people, there was an unusual line, so I quietly joined it. Then after about 50 minutes, it was my turn. Yo, you're back. Somehow Old Man Roan's began the normal procedures, looking rather sleep-deprived. It's really troublesome this time. Infiltration and sabotage and all that. Handling all that seems to have been quite a bother. Here, it's done. Old Man Roan's handed me the payment, looking completely exhausted. You okay? Should take a rest. I'll take a nice long rest once I finish work today. He says that, but it looks pretty bad. Luckily, there were no more customers after me, so I tried making a suggestion. Oh right. Can I get an explanation about the various ins and outs of this job? I can, but why? That'll let you rest some more, and I do want to ask about some things. Got it? I'll explain. Old Man Roan suddenly hid a composed expression and took out a pet bottle of coffee, and so I had Old Man Roan's explain it to me. But the situation seems to have been quite troublesome. First, regarding what made the procedures troublesome, the guys who betrayed the Roslow Count's side and joined the Baroness's side. The guild doesn't oversee mercenaries' conduct on the battlefield. We accepted requests from both sides and dispatched mercenaries to each, so there's no problem. It's the client's responsibility if mercenaries betray them. They're taking the extremely self-serving stance of not accepting complaints from clients about this, it seems. Of course, it's not like there are no complaints. Furthermore, infiltrating the enemy camp and guiding your allies to victory with your actions is a splendid tactic. However, since it means betraying your original client as a mercenary, promotion points are halved. Get payment from the side you betrayed. Apparently there are absolutely no penalties from the guild other than halving points. However, they're seen very coldly by other mercenaries, and it does become judgment material when being requested specially, so there are basically no mercenaries who would do this unless the client betrays them first. The current situation was said to be abnormal. As a result, the guys who defected from the Count's side and joined Baroness Griant were looking quite uneasy. There were absolutely no issues for those who had been on Baroness Griant's side from the start, but with Elizaria Griant being captured by the resistance and them taking over, the payment was forfeited. The guild is supposed to receive at least the payment for those who accepted the original request from the client, but the Baroness apparently hadn't done that. However, since the intercept troops pleaded that they only accepted the request, so it's quite pitiable for them. They wrung out a flat 50,000 credit payment from the places the Baroness left in shambles and shortfalls. Considering the initial offered amount was 5 million credits, it became just a tenth of that. On the side of Count Roslow, the rewards for those who sided with him were a basic 3 million credits, plus a bonus of 500,000 credits for everyone who participated, making it a total of 3.5 million credits. Furthermore, I discreetly found out that Ikiri Amin Lumbertkun, also known as Roz's pilot, would receive an additional 500,000 credits, totaling 4 million credits. As for those who died in the battle, their rewards and all their belongings would be handed over to the person specified in their family, lover, or will. Alternatively, the handling would be done as indicated in the will. At the same time, the guild would provide condolence money. The amount varied. This procedure, unrelated to the side of the factions, was executed, and funerals were arranged by the families. If there were no surviving family members and no will, the guild would confiscate their rewards and belongings, and only paperwork processing would be conducted, without holding a funeral. That's why most mercenaries wrote wills and submitted them to the guild. As for the Prigalira siblings, Yuri Prigalira, the younger brother, was deemed innocent, except for the fact that he had punched me. However, the elder sister, Fadilna Prigalira, had been found to have seduced and co-opted guild senior officers, achieving the bishop rank without taking the promotion exam. She had also committed various other offenses and, when she returned to the guild, they tried to arrest her. She, however, turned the parking lot into an obstacle by damaging some ships and stole a guild ship, escaping successfully. By the way, Yuri Prigalira, the younger brother, not only had his ship destroyed, but he was now looked upon with suspicion by others because of that. Apparently, he was unaware of his sister's wrongdoings. As for the Baroness, it seemed she would be executed soon, but there was no official word from the central authorities. It was speculated that she was treated as a criminal because she had married multiple husbands for money and then killed them. There were probably many victims. She must have thought of aligning herself with Count Roslow. By the way, the criminals and pirates who sided with the Baron were captured and handed over to the police. So, that's how it is, said the old man Rones, finishing his Starbucks coffee and belching grandly. I decided to ask about something else that had been on my mind. By the way, do you happen to know of any pirates or mercenary groups with a hornet emblem? Hornet? No, I don't recall anything like that. Really? I thought a group of such caliber, whether pirates or mercenaries, would have a reputation. I somehow felt that he didn't intend to defeat Count Roslow. After all, with that level of strength, if they had launched an offensive from the beginning along with the interceptant forces and coordinated with the rebel forces, they could have taken control of the main force before Uzoss arrived to provide support. Well, there's no point in thinking about it anymore. I'll process the rewards as usual and go look for new publications with the anime member. With that thought in mind, as I left the Mercenary Guild building, for some reason, Fiolka was waiting for me, standing tall and staring at me, along with the android maid. May I have a moment of your time, John Uzoss? I had a bad feeling about it, but ignoring it here would likely lead to more trouble, so I decided to listen attentively. What is it? What can I do for you? Since this isn't the right place, shall we go somewhere more comfortable? The android maid suggested, leading me and the somewhat puzzled Fiolka to a well-known trendy cafe chain. Chapter 26. I see. I understand your thoughts and I understand the environment. However, someone will come along who understands and appreciates your abilities. You should keep that in mind. We entered a famous stylish cafe chain together, but I'm extremely uncomfortable. No wonder, since I have a considerable beauty and even a maid with me. I'm bound to stand out. Lining up at the counter, ordering, paying, waiting for the order to be ready, receiving the finished items, sitting at the seats. It was fine until then, but the moment we sat at the same table, the gazes from around were too painful. So, what can I do for you? Anyway, I took a sip of coffee and asked to have her business finished quickly. At that, Miss Fiolka looked down for a while, lightly cleared her throat, and thank you for helping me on the battlefield the other day. Deeply bowed her head together with the maid. Ah, that was just because your maid asked, not because I noticed you were in danger. So I didn't even want to go. So it really pains me to hear you thank me, but the fact is you saved me, so I wanted to properly thank you. That's very kind of you. Even a noble lady's daughter is quite courteous. So, can I go home now that our talk is over? I'm scared what people around might say if I make such a beauty bow her head to me. Then Miss Fiolka asked seriously, hey, why don't you take the bishop rank exam? Why don't you demonstrate your abilities and make people around you acknowledge you? I heard before that promotion exams and relationships after promotion are a hassle for you. Can you tell me the detailed reasons if possible? She pressed me for an answer. Rather than running away here and getting caught up again, it'd be great if she understood and stopped approaching me about this from now on. So I decided to explain why I don't take the bishop rank exam. The foremost reason is that the nobility have wide influence at bishop rank and above. Then as a commoner, if I thoughtlessly distinguish myself, I'd be highly likely to have my achievements invalidated on claims of, you must have cheated, or, I'm the one who resolved that, and such. Furthermore, the fact I'm from their colony planet is also a factor. I see. The previous and current Empress made great efforts to strengthen penalties on nobles and eliminate disparities with the colonies, but it's not something that happens often. Besides, even in my current knight rank, I can still be accused of having an appearance that someone doesn't like. So, becoming a bishop might lead to comments like your appearance is not suitable for a bishop, as well. I'm aware of my appearance to some extent, so I don't really mind it. I talk a little too much at once, so I take a sip of coffee to catch my breath. I also have to prevent them, Esky nobles, from assigning me bothersome tasks. It doesn't happen every time, but sometimes I give a gratuity to the receptionist to prevent them from assigning me bothersome tasks. While I have a stable source of work now, thanks to the old man from Rhones, when I first became a mercenary, I often faced such situations. Some receptionists were coerced by nobles, but there were others who voluntarily refused my requests due to their dislike of my appearance, and even when I tried to report such incidents, there were cases where those in charge turned a blind eye due to noble influence. If the old man from Rhones hadn't been transferred to the reception 3 months after I joined the guild, I might have joined the military, died from overwork, or been used as a disposable pawn. Doesn't that mean guild staff are involved in corruption? If so, isn't this a matter worth reporting? Fiolka clenched her fists in anger at the thought of guild staff being involved in corruption. She's probably never experienced anything like that. Besides, I have no ambition for promotion. Even if you rise in rank, it comes with responsibilities and duties. It's best to leave those roles to those who are suited for them. Do you not mind being ordered around by juniors with higher ranks than you? I'm not good at giving orders or planning operations. I'd rather leave that to capable individuals. In a sense, this might be the biggest reason. Even if I were to become a bishop, I would often be assigned tasks such as giving orders and being in charge of organizing on the front lines. However, I'm not good at giving orders or inspiring others. It's better to leave it to someone else. But your skills could easily qualify you for the queen rank, couldn't they? Are you okay with being treated unfairly? Fiolka earnestly questioned. Thank you for the overly generous evaluation, but rather than being seen as strong and treated with caution, it's better to be underestimated and catch enemies off guard. It's reassuring that she genuinely cares, but unfair treatment has already happened, so it's too late for that. Moreover, being treated as an underling and underestimated can work to my advantage when it really matters. These are all the reasons why I don't rise to bishop rank. After hearing this, Miss Fiolka pondered seriously for a while and said, I see. I understand your thoughts well and understand the environment. However, someone is bound to appear who understands and appreciates your abilities. You should keep that in mind. There's hardly anyone out there who'd rightly evaluate someone like me, a creepy otaku. So it should be fine, right? And finally, once more, thank you for helping me, Sir Uzoss. Saying that, Miss Fiolka bowed courteously to me again. Oh no, thank you kindly. I hastily responded, quickly finished my coffee, and said well then, excuse me before briskly leaving the store. It seems she's at least somewhat different from the other nobles who've approached me. Section side. Fiolka sat. While Uzoss was talking with Rhones, I went outside the building before I knew it after spotting that man. What are you doing, young lady? No, I'm just a little nervous. You're going to thank him for helping you, right? I know that. On the battlefield this time, I was defeated by Blue Hornet, and about to be killed with allies preventing my escape. The one who saved me was John Uzoss. I've been helped by others, men and women, countless times. At those times, I expressed my gratitude to them to the fullest. This wasn't my first time since becoming a mercenary, but that's just one of those occasions, right? So why am I so nervous this time? Look, he came out, young lady. I know that. I hurried out and stood in Uzoss's way. May I have a moment? John Uzoss, what can I do for you? This man is clearly perplexed now and has a slightly annoyed expression. That irritated me a bit, but I couldn't get the words out after that. Then Sherry said, why don't we go somewhere you can calm down, and dragged us to the cafe chain, Planet Shot Cafe, nearby. Hold on Sherry, that wasn't the plan. Once at the store, we placed our orders, received the items, and sat at an empty seat. Uzoss seemed restless, but after taking a sip of normal regular coffee, he asked, so, what can I do for you? I steadied my breathing, lightly cleared my throat, then said what I had to say. Thank you for helping me on the battlefield the other day. I said it, It should have been lines I've said countless times before, yet this was the first time I was so nervous. Ah, that was just because your maid asked, not because I noticed you were in danger. So, but the fact is you saved me, so I wanted to properly thank you. Well, that's very kind of you. And yet, why is Uzoss so nonchalant? Well, Uzoss is older and has more experience as a mercenary than me, so he's probably experienced things like this a number of times, but it's kinda irritating, and since I had the chance, I wanted to know the detailed reason why he doesn't get promoted to bishop rank, so I asked, hey, why don't you take the bishop rank exam? Why don't you demonstrate your abilities and make people around you acknowledge you? I heard before that promotion exams and relationships after promotion are a hassle for you. Can you tell me the detailed reasons if possible? I asked as calmly as I could. Up until now, I had shouted at him while irritated when asking, so it's only natural he'd think I was being annoying. Then after a period of silence, Uzoss opened his mouth. The first and foremost reason is that noble influence is quite significant in ranks above bishop. Within that context, if a commoner like myself were to achieve success, there's a high probability of allegations like he must have cheated, or I resolved that myself, being thrown around, and my accomplishments would be negated. Furthermore, the fact that I come from there, the colony planet, is also a contributing factor. What Uzoss first spoke of was a problem the Empire had from long ago. Way before I was born, it was normal for most nobles to unjustly take various things from commoners by force and violence. Furthermore, it's said the colonists were treated even more harshly. I see. The previous and current Empress made great efforts to strengthen penalties on nobles and eliminate disparities with the colonies, but thanks to the efforts of the previous and current Empress and the Duke, who was the previous Emperor's younger brother, the number of nobles who committed such acts declined. However, it obviously wouldn't disappear immediately, and issues with the nobility's unreasonable actions and disparities based on place of origin still aren't much better. Things like that don't disappear so easily, and they'd find fault just because they don't like how I look. They already do at my current knight rank, so at bishop rank, things like, your looks don't befit a bishop, would be normal. I find that hard to comment on. He is a bit plump, but I think he looks normal otherwise. There's also things like not letting me accept jobs, occasionally, but having reception staff take bribes to not let me accept jobs. That means the guild staff are colluding illegally, right? At that level, you should report it. I unconsciously clenched my fist. It would be hopeless if the guild staff colluded illegally. I didn't experience anything like that, but could it be because I'm a noble? Come to think of it, there are children of nobles among the guild staff too. Besides, I have zero ambition at all. Even if I rise in rank, responsibility and obligations follow you around. It's best to leave things like that to those suited for it. Taking orders from juniors of higher rank than you? That doesn't bother you? I'm bad at things like instructions and strategy formulation. I want to leave it to capable people. But your skills could easily qualify you for the queen rank, couldn't they? Are you okay with being treated unfairly? Thank you for the overly generous evaluation, but rather than being seen as strong and treated with caution, it's better to be underestimated and catch enemies off guard. For a noble's child, promotion would of course be top priority. Moreover, being outranked by a junior and ordered around would be the height of humiliation. Is his lack of interest in that also because Uzoss is a commoner? But I understood well why Uzoss doesn't get promoted. Because Uzoss doesn't have the slightest interest in status, honor, or his own reputation. It's not like he'd resent being called lazy, or whatever by me. I see. I understand your thoughts well and understand the environment. However, someone is bound to appear who understands and appreciates your abilities. You should keep that in mind. Even if Uzoss had no interest whatsoever in status, honor, or his own reputation, it's different from those who witnessed his abilities on the battlefield. Enemies would fear his abilities, while allies would find him reliable, like me. And finally, once more, thank you for helping me, Sir Uzoss. I bowed my head to him again, reiterating my thanks. Oh no, thank you kindly, he hastily replied, quickly finished his coffee, and said well then, excuse me before briskly leaving the store. Even though the business was over, we could have enjoyed the coffee here a bit more, don't you think? I unconsciously complained about him leaving in such a hurry. So Uzoss looked very uncomfortable, so let's be considerate. Sherry covers for him like that. He did seem like he's not good with places like this. Oh well, our business is done. So shall we hurry back too? I downed the now cold coffee in one gulp and left the store. Once back at the guild, I got in a car and headed to my home. On the way, Sherry suddenly spoke to me. Even so, young lady, it's good that it was Uzoss who helped you. It was you who asked him for help, right? He said that in the earlier talk too, and most of all, Sherry herself had said so. If it was a bad match, some abuse your gratitude and make unreasonable demands. At Sherry's words, I recalled my student days. In my student days, a male classmate had helped me when I was about to slip on the stairs. When I normally thanked him, he demanded, since I helped you, be my woman from today. My family isn't count family, without the reforms by the previous and current empress. That's likely how it would have gone. That's true. I'm glad he's the one who helped me. While gazing out the window, I thought that next time I meet him, I have to properly apologize for calling him lazy and cowardly. I have to not get nervous like this time. But next time, how do I call out and talk to him? Section. Another side, unknown. Somewhere. I deeply apologize. A voice echoed in the spacious area. The voice was young and seeped with frustration. There's no need to apologize. You succeeded in hindering that brownish craft. In response to the youthful voice, a deep, rugged voice praised the achievements of the youthful voice. However, I've damaged the aircraft. Aircraft is just a consumable. The pilot surviving is more important. The deep voice took a glass of alcohol from nearby and poured the amber liquid down his throat. By the way, that feathered helmet, and the light brown one, there are still strong players out there in the wilderness. You may have been defeated, but that aircraft, with the symbol of the leopard, performed well. The deep voice wore a fierce smile that resembled a wild beast, seemingly enjoying the conversation. Brother, that light brown aircraft is known as Dust, among the elites of Baron Griant's territory. Another voice echoed there. Dust, huh? So they used proton torpedoes to blind us. Ugh. In response to those words, the youthful voice sounded regretful. But it's a shame we couldn't capture the pilot of the Leopard aircraft. The younger voice said with a hint of frustration. That was also obstructed by Dust. The youthful voice squeezed out with a tinge of regret. In response to that, the deep, rugged voice spoke in a comforting tone. I understand you may want to avenge your defeat, but our primary goal is the downfall of Baroness Elizaria Griant. Achieving that, followed by establishing friendly relations with the Roslow Count's family, and then expanding our influence. That is our objective. Besides, your defeat was due to your inexperience and the opponent's skill. Instead of holding a grudge, consider the opponent your mentor and strive to improve yourself. Yes, sir. In response to the deep voice's words, the youthful voice tightened up. Extra story. Special edition. My lady sighed. Sherry. I was created by the hands of my manufacturer, underwent function checks, then was immediately put into a storage capsule and had my functions stopped. And when I was started up again, the two people before my eyes were a young man and woman. Those two were the master and mistress of the Shursat Viscount house, the parents of Miss Fialka whom I currently serve. When those two discovered me, I had been left in a warehouse in some ruins, I was told. And from their conversation at that time, I also understood that the people from the era when I was manufactured had already reached the end of their lifespans. As a very long time had passed, the Shursat Viscount house ruled by those two who found me, while running a large company, lived modest lives as nobles, only had a small number of live-in servants because the mansion was small, and I had household task execution programs, childcare programs, and VIP protection programs in my memory capacity. So I ended up being able to serve at the Shursat Viscount house. And after about a year had passed, I had become loved by the Shursat Viscount house and all the servants. And when the mistress became pregnant and with child, I received instructions to become the exclusive maid to the child to be born. It was because the butler Mr. Soidi and maids Ms. Corona and Ms. Martha, who currently serve at House Shasat, are elderly and would eventually become unable to keep up with the energy of the growing child. And the younger maids Ms. Ethel and Ms. Liline, and apprentice butler Mr. Zack can't handle infants, and so when Mistress Alicia's expected date of delivery came, she safely gave birth to a baby girl. At that time, Master Avalt was so overjoyed he caused a ruckus, and got fiercely scolded by the hospital nurses, which the mistress still jokes about sometimes. And when I was allowed to hold the newborn young lady and saw her face, I somehow recognized that the young lady herself was who I should serve, for some reason. I don't know why. But from that point, I became a maid for the young lady. And as I was put in charge of caring for the young lady and she learned to crawl and talk, the master and mistress gathered the servants and had this talk. If in the future my daughter does something bad or makes unreasonable selfish demands, please scold her without reserve. If needed, you may even strike her fists or slap her. Of course, I want you to wait until her body has grown more before doing fists or the like. All of us servants including me were surprised at the master's words. Thanks to the Imperial Reform Act, enacted by Galactic Empire's 37th Empress Lubana Sadaluvarth, the nobility's authorities were reduced, and they would now be properly penalized if they committed crimes. However, the nobility's mindset wouldn't change immediately, and reprimanding or striking even a noble child wouldn't be easily forgiven. It's natural you'd hesitate, but it's necessary to make my daughter into a decent human being. If she does bad things without getting scolded, if all her selfishness is catered to, letting her live like that, she won't become a decent person. If you all love my daughter, I very much want to ask this of you. But after hearing the mistress's words, we servants all consented to honor their request, and the young lady raised with love and discipline from everyone in House Shasat. While she was a little strong-willed, Sherry, I want pancakes, so make them please. When she wanted us to do something, like me, her parents, or the servants, she would properly say please. They look delicious. Thank you, Sherry. After doing her a favor, she would happily thank me, and she really grew up to be a good girl. However, there was one time when this young lady, who was usually so well behaved, made the most selfish request to me. It was when the young lady was in first grade elementary school. The daughter of a countess who was supposedly a classmate noticed me dropping off and picking up the young lady, and she said that if I didn't become hers, she'd use her father's power to crush the household I served. Tried to take me by threatening to use her father's power. The Imperial Reform Act still wasn't widely adopted, and there were many such cases. I didn't want to leave the young lady's side either. But when I was consulting with the master and mistress about going to the count house so as not to cause trouble for House Shasat, the young lady ran to me and wrote, Fiolka, on the back of my left hand in pen. Sherry is mine. I properly wrote my name. See, I don't want you to disappear. It's fine even if the household is gone. Crying, she made her selfish demand and clung to me. If I had a function to shed tears, I surely would have sobbed. Seeing that, when the master contacted the count house to decline, it seems the count on the other end was also hearing about this for the first time, called out his daughter, heard the circumstances, and scolded her. Apparently, thinking her tutoring and study teachers were harsh and I looked kind so would protect her, she threatened me to try and obtain me. The count apologized, and the daughter also came to apologize. However, the next day, when I went to pick her up from school, the young lady was there with a swollen cheek. Apparently, she had another fight with the count's daughter and did an unthinkable slapping match unbecoming of noble daughters, getting scolded together by the teacher. Incidentally, that count's daughter, Lady Mika Fenidas, still meets with the young lady occasionally. By the way, the name on the back of my left hand remained until right before the young lady became a middle schooler, but I removed it at her earnest request. It was most regrettable. Afterward, thank you for choosing this work from among countless others. I'm Tsuchiru, pleased to meet you. When I received the offer for this work, the cowardly Otaku mercenary knows his place, to win an award and publish it as a book. To be honest, I thought it must be some kind of prank. Originally, This work was the title of a light novel read by the protagonist in one of my fantasy works I was writing first. My sci-fi work I was writing as a break from that, which I wrote so the protagonist could discuss the contents with his co-workers in the story. Unexpectedly, it received a reaction, so I started serializing it accordingly, got ranked, received an award, and that led to it being published as a book. This is wholly thanks to the readers who have been reading it since I first posted it on the web, and the Overlap editorial department who chose it for the award and decided to publish it. I express my deepest gratitude. The protagonist of this work was conceived as the opposite of the friendly harem protagonists with a cool appearance, abilities worlds apart from those around him, and social standing rapidly rising, unconsciously making girls fall for him. Therefore, in works where the aforementioned protagonist is active, he'd only be an extra in the crowd or a comparison to highlight the protagonist's awesomeness. I'm extremely happy that a story about a character in that kind of position was enjoyable. In this book version, there is a character who didn't exist in the web version. Adding her has made the protagonist's surroundings a little more gorgeous. Well, the protagonist's conduct doesn't change though. I'm very interested in the reaction of readers regarding that. Additionally, my SF knowledge has a lot of second-hand information and convenience from various past SF works, Professor Search Party, etc., so I'd appreciate your leniency regarding that. For the book publication, illustrator Ham drew the characters as per the images in my mind, for which I can't express enough gratitude for the wonderful illustrations. The designer also produced something unimaginable to me that is outstanding, leaving me in admiration, and I'm most grateful to the proofreader, since I basically write on momentum. There were many mistakes, causing much trouble, so I have only words of thanks. I intend to at least not make typos from now on. What kind of work will the protagonist accept next, and how will he deal with various situations? I look forward to your support along wishes and cooperation. End of Volume 1.